بذارم Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everybody to the day 2 of our workshop. So the first lecture today will be given by Mr. Mehdi on technology accelerators.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. صبح بخیر و همه حاضرین در برنامه خانم ها و آقایون.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Welcome and good morning to everybody present here, ladies and gentlemen.
امیدوارم که مباحث دیروز براتون قابل بهره برداری بوده باشه.
I hope that what we discussed yesterday was very helpful for everybody.
و انشالله امروز با مباحث تکمیلی که خدمتتون ارائه میدیم انشالله بحث رو بتونیم خیلی کامل خدمتتون منتقل کنیم.
And I will try today to complete what we started yesterday and to discuss each and everything in detail.
خب قبل از اینکه من به موضوع این لکچر وارد بشم،
Before I enter into the topic of today's lecture,
اجازه بدید یه مرور خیلی کوتاه بکنیم اواخر بحث دیروزمون رو.
let's just recap the last topic we discussed yesterday.
که ما تمام تمرکزمون روی موضوع تیم سازی بود.
As we were focused on the formation of teams.
و گفتیم که برای تیم سازی نیاز هست که از رویدادهای کارآفرینی شروع کنیم، بعد به کوورکینگ اسپیس ها ورود بکنیم.
And we said that in order to start up strong teams, we need to go from the door to start
کوورکینگ اسپیس از رویداد بریم تو کوورکینگ اسپیس و
we have to pass through the events and then towards the co-working spaces.
خب حالا فرض میکنیم که یک تیم آماده برای ایجاد یک بیزینس و کسب و کار جدید رو داریم.
Let's imagine that we have a team which is ready to start a business.
نیازی که الان داریم برای اینکه اون تیم فرایند تبدیل شدن به کسب و کار رو سپری بکنه.
What we need for that team to start doing that.
موضوعی که تو ادبیات جهانی به نام اکسلراتورها معروف شده.
We have to discuss accelerators.
استفانه خب لذا لازمه که یکم الان به موضوع اکسلراتورها بیشتر بپردازیم.
So that's why we have to discuss accelerators a bit in detail.
من اگه بخوام توی یک جمله به طور خلاصه اکسلراتور رو معرفی کنم،
If I want to define accelerator in one sentence,
میگم که بنگاه‌های اقتصادی هستن که یک تیم دارای ایده رو به یک شرکت دارای محصول تبدیل میکنه.
it is a driving force that conveys an idea to the required company.
توی یک زمان مشخص و محدود و با یک برنامه مشخص و با سرمایه‌گذاری مشخص.
In a specific time and for a specific company with a specific fund.
خب اگه بخوایم یه دسته‌بندی از این مراکز حمایت از استارتاپ داشته باشیم، میتونیم توی 5 دسته اینها رو خلاصه کنیم.
If we divide startups into categories, then we would have to summarize them into these 5 categories.
که ما امروز می‌خوایم بیشتر راجع به 3 دسته از مهمترین این کاتگوری‌ها راجع بهشون صحبت کنیم.
And we will be discussing 3 of these very important categories today.
ابتدا اکسلراتورها رو خواهیم گفت، بعد استارتاپ استودیوها رو و در انتها هم موضوع اینکوباتورها رو مطرح خواهیم کرد.
We will start with accelerators, then go on to startup studios and then to incubators.
این 3 بخش تقریباً فرآیندهای مشابهی ولی با یک سری تفاوت‌ها از همدیگه دارند.
These 3 main elements or categories are quite similar but different from each other.
خب همونجوری که گفتیم اکسلراتورها یک سری خدمات و سرویس‌ها رو به تیم‌های دارای ایده ارائه می‌کنن که اونا تبدیل به شرکت دارای محصول بشن.
These accelerators provide specific and certain facilities to teams so that they become a company.
که تعدادی از این خدمات و سرویس ها رو شما توی این اسلاید ملاحظه میکنید.
And some of these services are visible in this chart.
ولی اگه من بخوام 3 تا از مهمترین این سرویس ها رو انتخاب کنم،
If I want to select 3 of the very most important services,
انتخاب من نتورک، منتورشیپ و اینوستور هستش.
my choice of selection would be network, funding advice, and investors.
و این 3 تا سرویس و خدمت جزو اصولی ترین و پایه‌ای ترین خدمات شتاب دهنده ها هستش.
And these 3 would certainly be the very most important services that the accelerators provide.
یک شتاب دهنده یا اکسلراتور در ازای این پکیجی از سرویس هایی که ارائه میکنه درصدی از سهام اون استارتاپ رو برای خودش میکنه.
The accelerators which provide these services to the teams, they take a specific share from that company back.
خب بیاید یکم راجع به برنامه شتاب دهی این اکسلراتورها صحبت کنیم.
Let's talk about the accelerator program and how they function.
دو تا از برنامه‌های اصلی که اکسلراتورها دارند، یکی بحث ترینینگ و آموزش هست و یکی هم بحث منتورشیپ که به استارتاپ‌ها ارائه میکنن.
Two of the very most important programs that the accelerators provide are training programs and mentorship programs.
و یکی از موضوعات آموزشی موضوع مباحث جدیدی هست که استارتاپ‌ها با اون تو طول راه اندازی کسب و کارشون روبرو میشن.
And one of the very important training programs that these accelerator programs provide is that they the main and the basic financial or legal affairs or the PR or the UX or the user interface requirements that small startups need, they provide that.
و همچنین برای اونها تلاش میکنن که ورکشاپ‌های انگیزشی برگزار کنن.
And they also provide and create and provide them with events and workshops and motivational speeches.
بررسی رشد هفتگی تیم‌ها هم یکی از برنامه‌های مهمی هست که اکسلراتورها انجام میدن.
They also provide weekly basis evaluations and assessments.
و یکی دیگه از مهمترین آموزش‌هایی که انجام میشه نحوه حضور استارتاپ‌ها توی رویداد دمو دی هستش.
And they also have a checking of the weekly progress of startups and mentorship teams and try to create intimacy and trust in between them.
تو سرفصل منتورشیپ اگه بخوایم به 2 تا نکته کلیدی اشاره بکنیم،
If we summarize the mentorship in a couple of words,
یکی این هست که منتورها باید تجربه و مهارت کافی و لازم رو برای انتقال به استارتاپ‌ها داشته باشن.
these mentors should have quite an adequate experience to be providing to the entrepreneurships.
یعنی یک فارغ التحصیل یا کسی که فقط مهارت رو آموخته نمیتونه منتور خوبی باشه.
Anybody who has excelled in any field or in any topic cannot simply be a mentor.
و لازمه منتور شدن اینه که سالها یک مطلبی رو تجربه کرده باشه و توی اون موضوع مهارت کافی رو پیدا کرده باشه.
It is required for that mentor to have experience in that field for years of experience as well.
خب فکر می‌کنم توی این سرفصل کافیه و بریم سراغ دسته‌بندی و انواع اکسلراتورها.
I think that about accelerators was enough. Let's go towards types of accelerators.
ما توی یک دسته‌بندی کلی میتونیم شتاب دهنده‌ها رو به دو دسته شتاب دهنده‌های مستقل و وابسته تبدیل کنیم.
We can divide accelerators into 2 types: independent accelerators, that which means corporate or non-company accelerators.
اگه بخوایم یه چکیده‌ای از معرفی شتاب دهنده‌های مستقل داشته باشیم میتونیم به این چند تا مورد اشاره بکنیم.
We can mention a couple of these articles, points related to the non-corporate accelerator type.
مهمترین هدف یک اکسلراتور افزایش ارزش سهام استارتاپ‌ها هستش.
The most important motive of these accelerators is to increase the value of the share of these teams.
و درآمد اکسلراتور هم از محل همین افزایش ارزش سهام هست.
And the funding or the funding that these accelerators get are from these shares, the value of the shares when they go up.
این جور شتاب دهنده‌ها توسط ویسی ها و انجل اینوستورها حمایت مالی میشن.
And these accelerators are being backed and funded by VCs.
و شتاب دهنده‌های مستقل استارتاپ هایی رو بیشتر حمایت میکنن که نمونه اولیه محصولشون تولید شده باشه.
And the independent accelerators, they usually back up those projects and teams that they have already produced a product.
و یه نکته کلیدی دیگه این هست که حتما توی این دسته از شتاب دهنده ها منتورهای قوی و با تجربه حضور دارن.
And another important point is that these accelerators have very important and experienced mentors as well.
چون شاید تیم مدیریتی شتاب دهنده به اندازه کافی تجربه و مهارت لازم رو نداشته باشه.
Probably because these teams that these accelerators have might not be very experienced, so a very good and experienced mentor covers that up for them.
دسته بعدی شتاب دهنده ها رو میتونیم شتاب دهنده های وابسته نامگذاری کنیم.
The other type of accelerator would be the dependent accelerator,
که توسط شرکت های بزرگ ایجاد میشن.
which are basically they come into being with the help of big companies.
و یکی از مهمترین هدفهای این اکسلراتورها بهبود خدمات و محصولات اون شرکت هست.
One of the main important tasks that they have is to improve the value of the product of these companies.
یعنی یه جوری به نحوی مدل نوآوری باز رو دارن و این اکسلراتورها جایگزین واحدهای آرندی شرکت‌ها میشن.
In such a way that their ideas and their products are innovatively introduced and that they are replaced with the R&D of that company.
کمیته انتخاب استارتاپ ها توی این اکسلراتورها مدیران و سرمایه‌گذاران خود شرکت هست.
The committee that selects these accelerators are basically the company owners or the managers of the company.
و منتورهای این اکسلراتورها هم همون مدیران اجرایی خود شرکت هستند.
And the mentors of these mentors are the executive managers of the company itself.
چون این مدیران اجرایی سالها تجربه و مهارت کافی رو توی اون شرکت پیدا کردن و میتونن کار منتوری رو انجام بدن.
Because these managers, they have like years of experience in that company, so they know what is good for the company and not.
خب دسته بعدی که یه چیزی مشابه اکسلراتور هست به نام استارتاپ استودیو توی دنیا معروفه.
The other thing that we will discuss right now is that the difference between accelerators and startup studios.
من اگه بخوام توی یک جمله استارتاپ استودیو رو تفاوتش رو با شتاب دهنده بگم این جمله رو خواهم گفت.
If I want to differentiate between an accelerator and a startup studio, I would differentiate it in one sentence.
توی شتاب دهنده ها یا همون اکسلراتورها ایده رو تیم میاره که وارد شتاب دهنده میشه.
In accelerators, the team brings the idea that then is accepted by the accelerator.
ولی توی استارتاپ استودیوها ایده رو خود صاحبین استارتاپ استودیو میارن و فقط برای اون موضوع تیم سازی میکنن.
Whereas in the startup studio, the idea is brought up by the startup studio itself, and later on the teams work on them.
توی این جدول شما تمایز و تفاوت‌های دیگه بین شتاب دهنده‌ها و استارتاپ استودیوها رو ملاحظه می‌کنید.
In this table or in this chart, you can see the differences between accelerators and startups.
که عمده این تفاوت‌ها به خاطر همون تفاوت ریشه‌ای مالکیت ایده هستش.
Which stems basically, the difference stems basically from the fact that where the idea is produced and by whom the idea is produced.
و این یه موضوع طبیعیه که وقتی استارتاپ استودیو خودش ایده رو میاره درصد سهام خیلی بیشتری رو در مقایسه با شتاب دهنده ها از اون استارتاپ میگیره.
And it is clearly visible that if as the startup studio brings the idea itself, it has a very higher value than the accelerators.
و تفاوت این دو تا موضوع رو توی تعداد استارتاپ ها تیم هایی که جذب میکنن توی ردیف اول مشاهده میکنیم.
And you can see the recruitment as well, which affects this process.
و یه موضوع کلیدی دیگه در تمایز این دو تا دسته با هم دیگه این هست که توی استارتاپ استودیوها ریسک کار به نسبت شتاب دهنده ها خیلی پایین‌تر هست.
And the other important thing to note here is that the risk of the work or the program that has started is much less in startup studio as compared to the accelerator.
آیا کسی توی این جمع میتونه بگه که چرا این ریسک به نسبت شتاب دهنده ها کمتره؟
Can anybody guess or answer that why the risk of work in startup studio is much less than accelerator? میگه چون از طرف خود شرکت داده میشه برای همین ریسکش کمتره.
دقیقاً درسته.
Yes.
به خاطر اینکه شرکت بر اساس نیازهایی که وجود داره یک ایده ای رو گذاشته وسط و مطمئنه که اون ایده به سرانجام خواهد رسید.
He said your answer is 100% correct because it is true. When the company itself brings up the idea, that means the company knows the risks and it knows the demand and the supply chain. So then they would certainly approve of something which would have minimum or about less or no chance of failure.
و الان اتفاقی که داره توی دنیا میفته این هست که استارتاپ استودیوها به مرور دارن جای شتاب دهنده ها رو میگیرن.
Now, what is happening in the world is that because of this and because of some other factors, the startup studios are taking the place of accelerators.
یه سوالی ایشون دارن بپرسن.
میگه که میگن که اگه شما تو نکته سوم ببینید که
حدیث سوم
بله دوران برنامه استارتاپ استودیو خیلی طولانی تر نسبت به اون دوران طولانی ریسکش رو بیشتر نمی‌کنه.
توی استارتاپ استودیوها استارتاپ ها قرار بمونن و قرار نیست که از مالکیت سهام اون استارتاپ تیم مدیریتی خارج بشه.
In startup studios, the environment is as such that they don't take the project back because they own it themselves, so they fund it themselves throughout.
و قرار نیست که از اون موضوع به خاطر خروج سرمایه‌شون درآمدی داشته باشن، بخوان مشکلات شرکتشون رو با اون استارتاپ حل بکنن.
And they don't really rely on funds when they start up their idea. They actually know that is according to their own needs. So even if they don't have funds, they fund it themselves. Quality. کیفیت برنامه یکشون تو خیلی زیاده در حالی که تو خیلی کمه خیلی پایینه. چرا وقتی همه چیزها مثلا سپورت خیلی بالاست چرا کیفیت برنامه؟
این از همون موضوع اطمینان خاطر از موفقیت ایده هستش و اینکه توی شتاب دهنده به خاطر ریسک بالایی که داره باید برنامه‌های خیلی دقیق‌تر و با جزئیات بیشتری بریزن که مطمئن باشن که اون ایده میتونه به موفقیت برسه، چون ریسک کار خیلی بالاست. تو بقیه دیگر هم استارتاپ استودیو خیلی قوی‌تر از شتاب دهنده ها دارن عمل میکنن. توی بقیه آیتم تو این زمینه به خاطر اطمینان خاطر و آرامشی که دارن که اون ایده به سرانجام خواهد رسید، چون میدونن این مشکل حل خواهد شد توسط چیز، یعنی زیاد برنامه دقیق و با جزئیات زیادی برای شتاب دهی نیاز نداره.
The answer to your question would be because the idea itself is generated from the startup studio, and then because it's their idea, so they know they are going to take it till the end. So the programs or the programming quality they have accordingly, they don't really focus in the sense that they in every detail because the duration of the program is quite longer. So what they do is that they go step by step forward, right? But they don't have like 100% programming from the start till the end, at the beginning of the idea. Whereas the accelerator, because the risk is too much, because it's not your funding, right? You're taking funds from outside. So what happens is that you have to, before you get the fund, you have to actually explain each and everything in detail. So the quality of the program is checked in the beginning of the inception of the idea.
فقط بگید چون من پرزنتم امروز طولانیه و زمان کم دارم، بذاریم آخر برنامه سوالاتش.
He would request if you would leave these questions at the end because he wants to finish the topic so that in the end you can openly ask any question you want.
یک ساعت بعیده بتونم برسم همش رو.
He has just 1 hour to finish this. That's why I'm sorry.
My experience in startup studio. Normally, the competition startups will take longer times, even after point of boxing So when they are in startup, I want to say that these longer times in startup studio, maybe due to these intentions to save cost, okay, to reduce their cost, and then crossing the break-even point, and then go to the market.
چون میگه که شاید به خاطر این طولانی
مدت زمان طولانی برنامه
برای اینه که شاید چون کامپنی‌های استارتاپ ها میخوان مثلا کاستشون رو پایین بیارن، یعنی خرجشون رو پایین بیارن، برای همینه که طولانی میگه این تجربه دارم میگم.
میتونه این هم بگه چون تجربه میتونه یکی از دلایل باشه، ولی خب حالا از این برآیند یک سری مطالعاتی که انجام شده.
It's like everyone has their own experience, and certainly there are a lot of factors that go into it, as every startup studio or even accelerator works differently, and they have different needs and requirements, and accordingly they gain that experience. So it's like every answer might be right as long as it is from your personal experience.
خب خیلی سریع بریم سراغ مدل های درآمدی شتاب دهنده ها که از کجا درآمد کسب میکنن.
Let's see where do these accelerators get their money or monetize.
که مشاهده میکنید توی دو تا دسته‌بندی کلی هست و من به دو تا عنوان کلیش اشاره خواهم کرد.
I will discuss two topics related to this.
و یکی از اصلی ترین مسیرهای درآمدی شتاب دهنده ها از فروش سهامشون توی استارتاپ ها هست طبیعتاً.
One of the main methods that they monetize the money in the accelerators is by putting shares in startup programs.
و توی سایر روش‌ها هم که تو دسته‌بندی دوم هست میتونم بگم درآمد از ایونت ها یکی از مهمترین مسیرهای درآمدی شتاب دهنده است.
And in the other methods table, one of the very important ways to monetize money would be from events.
خب ببینیم حالا دولت ایران برای حمایت از شتاب دهنده ها توی این 10 سال گذشته چه اقداماتی کرده.
Let's see what the Iranian government has done in order to support these accelerators.
تو سرفصل سیاستگذاری یک آیین‌نامه‌ای برای حمایت از شتاب دهنده ها تصویب شده.
In the policy making, a law has been passed with a couple of guidelines for their support.
و برای پیاده سازی حمایت ها یک سری ضابطه هایی تعیین شده که دو تا از مهمترینش رو من اینجا آوردم.
And in order to execute that law, a couple of regulations are also being passed.
شتاب دهنده‌ای که میخواد از حمایت ها استفاده کنه نباید دولتی باشه.
And one of that is those regulations is that the accelerator that wants to support a startup should not be a governmental.
و حتما باید یک شخصیت حقوقی مستقل داشته باشه.
And should be a legal entity.
و یک برنامه 3 ساله برای شتاب دهی خودش هم بتونه ارائه بکنه.
And that accelerator, they should provide a 3-year program which should be approved by the government.
من 8 تا از سرفصل‌های برنامه شتاب دهی رو خیلی سریع ازشون مرور میکنم و برای شما ارائه میکنم.
I will explain a couple of these in a very short manner.
یکی از این سرفصل‌ها داشتن برنامه جذب تیم‌ها و ایده‌ها هستش.
One of these would be attracting the teams and ideas.
برنامه جزئیات خدمات و آموزش‌هاشون هست.
Would be the program of
خدمات و آموزش‌ها، سرویس‌ها و
services and training.
نحوه و مقدار سهامی که دریافت می‌کنن هست.
The type and quantity of the share that they will have.
ارائه لیست منتورها و رزومه اجرایی اونها هست.
Presenting of the list of mentors and how will they execute and work.
نحوه تامین هزینه‌های شتاب دهنده تو چند سال اولی که درآمدی ندارن خواهد بود.
And the way and the method that these accelerators will be
درآمد
will be taking of their expenses.
نحوه خروج شتاب دهنده از استارتاپ ها و فروش سهام هست.
The method or the way that the methodology of how these accelerators will get out of a program or an idea.
امکانات و زیرساخت‌های شتاب دهنده.
The qualities or the facilities and infrastructure of the accelerator.
و رزومه تیم اجرایی.
And the CV or the curriculum vitae of the executive team.
حمایت‌هایی که در عوض در قبال شتاب دهنده انجام میشه توی 3 دسته خلاصه میشه.
And the support that is been given to the accelerators can be divided into 3 parts.
پرداخت تسهیلات برای تأمین فضا و همچنین خرید تجهیزات.
Financial aid for settlement or for the creation of that team and providing the equipments to them.
حمایت‌های بلاعوض در ازای استارتاپ‌های موفقی که از شتاب دهنده خارج میشن.
And supporting free support of those financial support of those successful startups that come out from these accelerators.
و ایجاد این امکان که بتونن شتاب دهنده‌ها هم دانش بنیان بشن و از مزیت‌های دانش بنیان شدن استفاده کنن.
And to make the accelerators knowledge based.
و از مزیتاش هم استفاده کنن.
And to use the knowledge based facility that the government provides.
خب مبحث شتاب دهنده ها رو فکر می‌کنم تا اینجا کفایت کنه. من می‌خوام به یک موضوع دیگه به نام مرکز شتاب دهی نوآوری ورود کنم.
I want to discuss the Innovation Acceleration Center and what it is.
تمام اون چیزهایی که راجع به رویدادها، کوورکینگ اسپیس ها و شتاب دهنده ها از دیروز گفتیم، همه توسط این مرکز توی ایران داره انجام میشه.
Whatever we discussed yesterday regarding co-working spaces and events are being regularized in this center.
این مرکز توسط پارک فناوری پردیس ایجاد شده و توسط معاونت علمی ریاست جمهوری داره حمایت میشه.
This center has been created by the Pardis Technology Park and is backed by the Vice Presidency.
این مرکز در سال 2013 تأسیس شده.
It was created in 2013.
و 2 هدف کلی رو برای این مرکز در نظر گرفتن.
And there are 2 main objectives of this center.
یکی از اهداف این مرکز ترویج فرهنگ کارآفرینی هست که برای این موضوع حمایت از برگزاری رویدادهای کارآفرینی رو تدارک دیده.
One of the main objective of this center is to promote the entrepreneurship culture and at the same time support the mechanism or the method that leads to the creation and development of such entrepreneurship projects.
که راجع به رویدادها و نحوه حمایت از اونها دیروز مفصل صحبت کردیم.
Which we discussed in detail yesterday.
موضوع بعدی حمایت از ایجاد استارتاپ‌های موفق هست که برای این موضوع هم حمایت از نهادهای واسطه‌ای مثل اکسلراتورها و کوورکینگ اسپیس‌ها رو تو دستور کار گذاشتیم.
Yes, the other thing is that to come up with to develop successful and sustainable startups is also one of the main objectives.
که ما هر 2 دسته حمایت رو دیروز و امروز خدمتتون توضیح دادیم.
Which these 2 bits we discussed a little bit of it yesterday and we'll discuss a bit of it today as well.
من توجه شما رو به این تصویر جلب می‌کنم که ببینید یک کارآفرین با چه بخش‌هایی در ارتباط هست.
I would ask you to look at this image and then just understand how an entrepreneurship is connected with a lot of entities.
ما توی مرکز شتابدهی معتقدیم که از بین این اجزا 3 تا از اونها از بقیه مهمتر هستند.
We in the accelerator centers we believe that 3 of these elements are very important.
که بتونن باعث موفقیت یک کارآفرین بشن.
Which can make make your entrepreneurship very successful.
و این 3 بخش از نظر ما که از دیروز تا الان توضیح دادیم جزو مهمترین این بخش‌ها هست.
And these 3 elements are the most important elements.
ایونت ها، کوورکینگ اسپیس ها و اکسلراتور ها.
Which are events, co-working spaces and accelerators.
و دقیقاً مشاهده می‌کنید که این 3 بخش توی ورودی اون قیف تجاری سازی بود که دیروز خدمتتون توضیح داده شد.
And if you notice what we discussed yesterday, the funnel of commercialization, these 3 were at the beginning of the funnel of commercialization.
پس ملاحظه می‌کنید که چقدر اون ورودی اون قیف جای خیلی مهمی هست و میتونه تضمین کنه موفقیت یک کارآفرین رو.
So you can understand how the entrance of the funnel that we discussed yesterday is very important for the successful entrepreneurship projects.
خب مهمترین اهدافی که این مرکز داره رو مشاهده میکنید توی تصویر.
Let's discuss the important mission and the goal of this center.
که من به اونها اشاره کردم.
Which I discussed.
و الان وظایفی که مرکز توی این 10 سال گذشته توی ایران انجام داده به این ترتیب هست.
Let's see what has this center achieved and what responsibilities does this center have in Iran.
ما از رویدادها حمایت کردیم و بر کیفیت برگزاریشون هم نظارت میکنیم.
They supported the events and the quality of the events.
ما از شکلگیری شتاب دهنده و فضای کاری اشتراکی حمایت میکنیم.
They supported the formation of accelerators and facilitated them.
و مطابق برنامه اولیه‌ای که به ما دادن روی اونها نظارت و ارزیابی داریم.
And the initial program that was given to us, we supervised them and assured the quality.
و شتاب دهنده ها و کوورکینگ هایی که میان پیش ما اونها رو به عضویت مرکز شتاب دهی نوآوری در میاریم.
And those co-workers and accelerators that came towards us, we also ensured that they were members of the co-working, accelerator centers.
توی این تصویر شما سازمان پارک فناوری پردیس رو ملاحظه می‌کنید.
In this picture, you can see the Paradis Technology Park.
که بخش‌های خیلی زیادی توی اون دارن فعالیت می‌کنن و زیر مجموعه پارک محسوب میشن.
That a lot of entities are working under the umbrella of Paradis Technology Park.
و یکی از اون بخش‌ها مرکز شتابدهی نوآوری هست.
And one of those centers working under the Paradis Technology Park is the Innovation Acceleration Center.
تعداد اعضای مرکز رو توی ایران در حال حاضر مشاهده می‌کنید.
You could see the amount of members of this center in Iran.
بیش از 600 رویداد کارآفرینی توی این سالها حمایت شده.
They supported more than 600 entrepreneurship events.
24 تا کوورکینگ و 79 تا شتاب دهنده در حال حاضر عضو مرکز هستند.
At the moment and at the time, 24 co-working spaces are part of this.
تعداد اکسلراتورها از این خیلی بیشتر بوده.
The amount of accelerator was more than this.
و ما تو ارزیابی‌هایی که به صورت مداوم انجام میدیم اونهایی که کیفیت پایین‌تری دارن رو از عضویت مرکز خارج می‌کنیم.
And because we constantly control the quality of the process and the project, so those who were below the belt, they were below the quality that was required, we excluded them, and this is the program with higher quality program.
و تلاش می‌کنیم مجموعه‌های عضو مرکز باقی بمونن که کیفیت کار بالایی دارن.
And we try that those who are very good and they preserve and then present a quality work, they stay with us for a longer time.
خب من میخوام به یک موضوع خیلی جذاب و جدید وارد بشم.
I now want to discuss a very attractive and a new topic.
مفهوم به نام کارخانه‌های نوآوری.
A notation known as the innovation factories.
کسی اینجا هست که بدون کارخانه نوآوری چیه؟
Has anybody any idea what an innovation factory is? Any guesses? No.
شتاب دهنده و اکسلراتورها میگن کنار هم درست شد. این نیست ولی بی ربط هم نگفتن. حالا بیشتر راجع بهش
Not
بگیم.
really, but it is connected.
خب اجازه بدید پس یک فیلم ببینیم در ابتدا.
Let me allow to
فکر می‌کنم جذاب بود ولی با توضیحاتی که من بهتون میدم جذاب‌تر هم میشه.
I hope it was attractive and intriguing. I will the discussions or the points that I will be discussing, it will become more intriguing for you.
ما توی ایران 3 تا مشکل راجع به اکوسیستم کارآفرینی و مخصوصا استارتاپ‌ها داشتیم.
In Iran, we have three major problems that we face in the entrepreneurship ecosystem.
یکی از این موضوعات پراکندگی استارتاپ ها در سطح شهر تهران بود.
One of these topics would be the dispersion or the different locations which are apart from each other of these startups.
مشکل دیگه عدم برخورداری از زیرساخت‌های مناسبی بود که در اختیار همه باشه.
And the other problem was that the lack of facilities, infrastructure facilities for these startups.
و موضوع بعدی هم نیاز زیاد به تقویت اکوسیستم استارتاپی تهران بود.
And the other issue that we faced or we face in Tehran is to strengthen these startups and their ecosystem.
خب طبیعیه که وقتی استارتاپ‌ها تو سطح شهر پراکنده باشن امکان ارتباط با همدیگه و استفاده از یک سری خدمات رو ندارن.
It is very normal that if the startups are way apart in Tehran, it is difficult for them to connect and for every startup to have equal access to those facilities.
و با سایر بازیگران اکوسیستم هم نمیتونن به خوبی ارتباط برقرار کنن.
And which results in them not connecting with the rest of the startups in the
چون
ecosystem.
تهران شهر بزرگیه و اینها به سختی میتونن تو طول روز با همدیگه در ارتباط فیزیکی باشن.
And because Tehran is a very big city, so it is very difficult for them to connect with each other.
از طرف دیگه این پراکندگی باعث عدم دسترسی به زیرساخت‌های مناسبی هست.
And also, as I discussed earlier, this dispersion also causes them to not be able to use those facilities.
که بخشی از اون شامل زیرساخت‌های فنی و همچنین فضای فعالیت هست.
Which might also be related to the infrastructure and some of the technical facilities that they need.
و موضوع دیگه عدم دسترسی به مربیان، منتورها و همچنین نیروی انسانی مناسب هست.
And the other issues that they face in the unequal access to facilities would be the unequal access to mentors and
مربی کوچ.
yes, and coaches or educators.
و از طرف دیگه هم ما خیلی نیاز میدونستیم که باید اکوسیستم تهران رو بیشتر تقویت کنیم.
And on the other hand, we also wanted to strengthen the ecosystem of Iran.
و یه کاری کنیم که استارتاپ های غیر ایرانی نتونن رقیب بشن در استارتاپ هایی که داخل شهر تهران دارن فعالیت میکنن.
And to manage in such a way that the non-Iranian startups will not interfere in the Iranian startup that much.
راهکاری که برای این موضوع داشتیم ایجاد یک فضای مستقل برای اینکه همه این پکیج‌ها کنار هم دیگه باشه بود.
What we wanted to do is to bring up a balance between all these things.
ما این مشکل رو با ایجاد کارخانه نوآوری آزادی حل کردیم.
So we solved this problem by formation of the Azadi Innovation Factory.
توی این کارخونه دیگه مشکل نتورکینگ وجود نداره.
In this factory, there is no issues of networking.
و فضای کافی و مناسب برای فعالیت استارتاپ ها به تعداد خیلی زیاد وجود داره.
And there is a lot of space and facilities for these startups to come together and work there.
به همه این مزیت‌ها اضافه کنید حمایت‌ها و مزیت‌هایی که پارک فناوری فردی برای استارتاپ‌ها در نظر می‌گیره.
So we can add these facilities with the facilities that the Pardis Park Technology provides as well.
و اسم کل این پکیج رو گذاشتیم کارخانه نوآوری آزادی.
And all of this combined together is known as the
کارخانه نوآوری آزادی اینویشن فکتوری.
the Azadi Innovation Factory.
اون تصاویری که توی اون تیزر ملاحظه کردید یک کارخانه متروکه قدیمی بود.
As you can see, this was a very old, an ancient old deserted factory in Iran.
که بیش از 60 سال پیش اونجا ساخته شده بود.
Which was constructed about 60 years ago.
و سالیان سال توش داشت فعالیت صنعتی انجام میشد.
And it was being functioned for the production of goods.
ولی بیش از 10 سال بود که اونجا کاملا متروکه و بلا استفاده رها شده بود.
And in the last 10 years before it was renovated, nothing was been done. It was just deserted and no one was there.
چند تا از این تصاویر وحشتناک دوران قدیم کارخونه رو ملاحظه می‌کنید.
As you can see, these are the pictures of the factory before it was reconstructed.
ولی تو طول یک سال با سرمایه‌گذاری که اونجا انجام شد، فضاها بسیار زیبا و دلنشین برای فعالیت کارآفرینان طراحی شد.
But during the time of its renovation, a lot of the spaces were used and consumed in a beautiful manner.
من توی چند تا تصویر اتفاقات این یک سال رو خدمتتون نشون میدم.
I will present you a couple of slides regarding the befores and after.
این کارخانه‌ای که ما ایجاد کردیم اولین کارخانه نوآوری تو کشور ایران بود
This was the first innovation factory in Iran,
که توسط رئیس جمهور وقت ایران افتتاح شد
which was inaugurated by the Prime Minister of Iran at that time.
و بعد از این اتفاق تو همه استان‌های کشور در حال ساختن کارخانه‌های نوآوری هستند.
And after that, after the inaugural of this innovation factory, a lot of other factories were created.
خب بیاید خیلی سریع بازیگران کارخانه نوآوری رو بهتون معرفی کنم.
Let's just quickly discuss the components of these factories.
دسته اول تالنت ها هستند که میشن ورودی های کارخانه ما.
The first component would be the talents, which is basically the entrance to this factory.
دسته بعدی ابزارهای توسعه کارآفرینی هستند که کمک میکنن تالنت ها به اون چیزی که دنبالش هستن برسن.
And the other component would be the tools that are helped or that are used to promote the entrepreneurship culture in this factory.
و برای اینکه این دو دسته کنار هم دیگه خوب کار کنن ما باید فضای کارخونه رو فرهنگش رو فرهنگ کارآفرینی کنیم.
And in order for these two elements to work together, the development of these entrepreneurship culture is very important.
بیاید یک کمی این دسته‌بندی رو جزئی‌تر کنیم.
Let's just discuss each of them in a bit of detail.
تالنت ها از نظر ما این سه دسته هستند.
Talents, according to us, is divided into these three parts.
فریلنسرها،
Freelancers,
دانشجوهای نخبه‌ای که ایده دارن و میخوان ایده رو به محصول یا سرویس تبدیل کنن.
elite students or chosen students that have an idea and they want to represent the idea.
و افراد متخصصی که تجربه کاری زیادی دارن و میخوان یک شرکت جدید و یک بیزینس جدید رو برای خودشون ایجاد کنن.
And the experts, in the sense, those people who want to make a company and they are willing to make a company, a unique, innovative company.
اینها همه اینپوت کارخانه ما هستن.
And this is the crux of the talent component.
برای اینکه اینا به نتیجه برسن باید ابزارهای توسعه کسب و کار در خدمت اونها باشه.
In order for them to work properly, we require business development tools.
می‌بینید کوورکینگ اسپیس ها و شتاب دهنده ها اینجا دارن خودنمایی میکنن.
As you could see, the three major parts of the business development tools would be co-working spaces and accelerators.
و همچنین ویسی هایی که به اونها کمک میکنن به موفقیت.
And also those VCs that help them and fund them for their success.
و ابزارهایی که فرهنگ کارآفرینی کارخونه رو تغییر میده شامل این سه دسته هستند.
And the last bit, which is the tools for promoting entrepreneurial culture, would be further divided into three bits.
اینجا هم نقش و اهمیت ایونت های کارآفرینی رو ملاحظه میکنید.
You can also see that the events are at the top of the chart.
و همچنین دوره‌های آموزشی
And also the training courses
و مفهوم کامیونیتی بیلدینگ.
and the concept of community building.
ما تمام تلاشمون اونجا بر این هست که افراد از حالت فردی به حالت تیم و تفکر تیمی تبدیل بشن.
In the community building, what we do is that we stress on the building of a team instead of a building of an individual.
و دنبال هر گونه بهانه‌ای می‌گردیم که بتونیم افراد رو کنار هم دیگه قرار بدیم.
And with means, one mean or the other, we try that the people in the factory come together and sit together and speak to each other.
Sorry for the interruption. Someone's car XA180. Anyone here? XA180. It's just parked at the wrong place. It needs to go.
از جمله این بهانه‌ها برای کامیونیتی بیلدینگ حتی میتونه دیدن یک مسابقه ورزشی باشه.
One of the examples of community building activity would be as minimal as going and watching a sports event.
یا حتی دیدن یک فیلم سینمایی در کنار هم دیگه و بعد از اون تحلیل اون فیلم.
Or even watching a film together and then analyzing the film.
این اتفاقات هر هفته و هر روز داره توی کارخونه تکرار میشه.
And these events are being conducted in the factory almost every day and every week.
خب بیاید دو تا مفهوم دیگه راجع به کارخونه رو توضیح بدم خدمتتون.
Let me explain two more points regarding this factory.
یکی اینکه چرا اون فضا انتخاب شد برای تبدیل شدن به کارخانه نوآوری.
And why that space was specifically considered to be changed into the innovation factory.
اون کارخونه خیلی نزدیک به فضاهای دانشگاه‌های معروف تهران.
Because one of the major points was that factory was very near to the educational sector of Tehran.
دقیقاً کنار اون کارخونه ایستگاه مترو هست.
The metro station was just near that factory.
و روبروی ما فرودگاه ملی ایران که همه پروازهای تهران اونجا انجام میشه.
And a little bit further is the Tehran International Airport as well.
اون نقطه شهر نقطه خیلی گران قیمتی نیست، پس طبیعتاً هزینه زیادی به استارتاپ ها تحمیل نمیشه.
That location is not a very hi-fi location of Tehran. So certainly people coming there in that factory will not have to bear a lot of expenses.
و ما اونجا رو ظرف یک سال با هزینه کم و زمان کم تونستیم آماده بهره برداری کنیم.
And we were able to use that factory, reconstruct it and bring it into use within a year.
مدیریت اون کارخانه با پارک فناوری پردیس هست.
The management of the factory is with the Pardees Technology Park.
و اون کارخانه الان شعبه ای از پارک محسوب میشه.
And that factory is part and branch of the Pardees Technology Park.
و چون شعبه پارک بخش زیادی از حمایت‌ها و مزایای خود پارک رو استارتاپ‌ها می‌دونن استفاده بکنن.
And because it is part of the or branch of the Pardees Technology Park, so other facilities that they provide, the factory can also use them.
این یک تصویر از نمای ورودی کارخانه هست و در کنار اونها سوله‌های قدیمی رو ملاحظه می‌کنید که تبدیل به فضای کارآفرینی شده.
This is the entrance of the factory, and you could see that in at the top roof of the building, those iron lule. Lule anyway. Pillars. You can see this is like a salon.
آره هر کدوم سالن هم.
As you can see, it's an open space with a lot of halls.
و توی هر کدوم از این فضاها یه دونه شتاب دنده و یا یک مرکز نوآوری مستقر شده.
And in every room or in every hall, one startup, in every room is occupied by a startup.
مزایایی که استارتاپ ها اونجا رو استفاده میکنن رو ملاحظه میکنید.
You can see the services that are provided to the startups in that area are.
حضور توی اتمسفر کارخونه خیلی برای استارتاپ ها ارزشمنده.
To be present in that environment is very important and very crucial for the startups.
همچنین عضویت پارک فناوری پردیس که میتونه از مزایا بهره مندشون کنه.
And also the membership of the Pardees Technology Park is also very important for them as they can use that facility as well.
انواع و اقسام سرویس ها و خدمات آموزشی.
Different types of training and educational programs.
و همچنین مزایای دیگه‌ای که شما ملاحظه می‌فرمایید.
And some of the other facilities or services that are provided to them you can see in the picture.
حتی توی اون فضا برای استراحت، سرگرمی و بازی اونها فضا تدارک دیده شده.
And even in those spaces there is a space for them to rest and to get entertained as well.
و فکر می‌کنم دیگه نیازی بین استارتاپ‌ها نیست که ما توی اون کارخونه بهش نپرداخته باشیم.
I believe there is nothing in that factory that the startups are lacking.
خیلی کوتاه ارکان کارخونه رو توی این تصویر می‌بینید.
As you can see, there are some of the major pillars of the factory.
Sorry, once again, BVX081.
خب همه ارکان پارک فناوری پردیس شامل هیئت امنا و شورای پارک اونجا حاکم هست.
All the organizational elements of the Pardees Park Technology are the board of trustees, chairman, and the park council.
یک هیئت اجرایی برای سیاستگذاری و رفع مشکلات کلی اونجا داریم.
There is an executive board for solving the conflicts and to make policies.
و لایه بعدی مدیریت کارخونه هست که بنده هستم.
And the other element would be the managing faculty of the factory, which is.
خب بیاید خیلی سریع اثراتی که کارخانه نوآوری در تهران و همچنین سایر کارخانه‌ها در ایران داشتن رو با هم مرور کنیم.
Let's just discuss very quickly the effects of this innovation factory in Tehran.
فرصت‌های شغلی زیادی که اونجا داره ایجاد میشه هیچ وقت قبل از این وجود نداشت.
A lot of jobs were created, which was unprecedented in the ecosystem.
اتفاقات زیادی که برای ترویج فرهنگ کارآفرینی میفته اونجا مثال زدنی هست.
And the examples that can be given are very strong and strengthening.
و انواع و اقسام مهارت‌ها به استارتاپ‌ها و افراد آموزش داده میشه.
And a lot of skills, different types of skills are also being given and taught and trained to these startups.
اتفاقاتی که اونجا میفته کمک داره میکنه به اقتصاد دانش بنیان ایران.
And whatever changes are being made there or the effects that they have, they are directly affecting the culture, the financial status of the country as well.
چون همه استارتاپ های اونجا از دانش و نوآوری دارن استفاده میکنن برای اینکه یک سرویس و محصولی رو ایجاد بکنن.
And all the startups there in this factory are basically knowledge-based, are coming from the knowledge-based companies, so they have a very strong effect.
و موضوع دیگه‌ای که خیلی مهم هست جذب سرمایه‌های زیاد برای این استارتاپ ها داخل کارخانه هست.
And the other effect is that they are producing, the factories producing in the economy is also that they are bringing a lot of funds, which is about in the R&D section as well as in the private section.
و این برای بزرگ شدن استارتاپ ها خیلی مسئله حیاتی و ضروری هست.
And which is very important for the growth of these startups.
خب من قبل از اینکه پایان بدم عرایزم رو یک فیلم خدمت شما که معرفی کامل کارخانه است ارائه میکنم و بعد از صحبت‌های بنده مستر محسن میان و به موضوع معرفی انکوباتورها میپردازن.
Before I end up my part of the lecture, I would invite you to watch a clip, and after me, Mr. Mohsen will come and discuss the incubators in detail.
چون زمان خیلی کم داریم اجازه بدید اگر سوالاتی بین عزیزان هست در انتها من و محسن به اون سوالات جواب میدیم.
Because we have a very short time and we want to convey what we the topics very efficiently as well, I would request if there is any question to leave it at the end of the session, and me and Mr. Mohsen will answer each and every question at the end of the session. Thank you.
فیلم کامل کارخانه رو با هم دیگه ببینیم. ببخشید من یه اسلاید دیگه مونده بود اینو یادم رفت بگم. این خروجی ها و عملکرد کارخانه هستش.
There's one more slide which was left. He wants to explain it. This is the outcome of the factory is producing.
ملاحظه می‌کنید 9 تا شتاب دهنده و 3 تا کوورکینگ اسپیس توی اون کارخانه هستن.
As you can see, there are 9 accelerators and innovation centers and 3 private co-working spaces working there.
بیش از 200 تا استارتاپ با جمعیتی بیش از 2500 نفر.
More than 200 settlements and startup teams are under work there.
توی این 2 سال گذشته بیش از 50 محصول اونجا تولید شده.
In the last 3 years, more than 50 products were produced.
و نزدیک بیش از 7 میلیون دلار در فضای حدوداً 2 هکتاری سرمایه‌گذاری انجام شده.
And about $7 million investment was made in the چند هکتاری؟
7 میلیارد 7 میلیون دلار.
درست چند هکتاری؟
حدود 2 هکتار.
In 2 hectares or 2 acres of land.
و همه اینها اتفاقات ارزشمندی محسوب میشه.
And all this is a very significant event happening.
فیلم رو با هم دیگه ببینیم.
Azadi Innovation Factory. Developing sustainable entrepreneurship requires support for creating innovative business, which plays the main role in the entrepreneurship chain from university to industry. In this process, innovation factories, as the first link in this chain, play a key role in developing entrepreneurship culture and in creating and developing innovative businesses. Young teams with pristine ideas participate in these factories, take advantage of their facilities, and generate wealth. Many programs have been created to promote entrepreneurial culture and to launch a business in these factories. Also, many infrastructures for developing business, such as innovation accelerators, co-working spaces, and venture capitalists have gathered to support entrepreneurs. Conceptual studies and finding a location for the factory started in 1396 with the cooperation of Pardis Technology Park and Hamava Company, and Alma Industrial Company was selected thanks to its unique position. The factory enjoys sustainable access to top universities through the subway, which paves the way for many audiences to use this space. So, Azadi Innovation Factory became the first innovation factory in Iran and was established under Vice Presidency for Science and Technology Support as Pardis Technology Park branch on an old and remote factory site. The reconstruction operation started in 2018 and over 150 billion tomans have been spent, with innovation accelerators having the biggest share. The capacity for establishing over 2,500 entrepreneurs in the form of 500 startup teams has been provided, and the main players of the factory are 9 accelerators and 2 co-working spaces in an area covering about 18,000 square meters, which are active in the main building. Azadi Innovation Factory startups believe that factory is a place for being highlighted, developing communications, networking, learning skills, reinforcing foundations, creating business, and innovative measures. Thanks to the importance of the factory in the innovation ecosystem, the Iranian president officially inaugurated the factory in 2019. Enjoying the support of Pardees Technology Park is among the advantages of Azadi Innovation Factory. Companies in the factory can take advantage of the membership concessions like exemptions, expert military service, and supportive advantages after passing the registration procedure. More importantly, grounds have been prepared for factory members to be transferred to the Pardees Technology Park site and to use supportive and legal advantages after being initially developed. Thanks to the characteristics and attractions of the factory and the fact that it is the first innovation factory in Iran that can be developed nationally as a successful model, many people have visited it since its establishment, and various senior governmental and private sector figures active in Iranian innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem have so far lauded the factory's creative and innovative atmosphere. Yes, this is Azadi Innovation Factory. We believe that with the help of these creative, innovative, and energetic youth, we can make our desired country, and we hope to do so. Azadi Innovation Factory.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear brothers and sisters, good morning. And thank you for joining us in second day. Now we start about the incubation process and incubators in details. I will speak about this, about their process, their programs, and types of incubators throughout the world. As I mentioned, this funnel yesterday, the commercialization funnel, and you saw that at the third stage, incubation process, and it's about startups, incubators, and their process. In this session, the following slides, I will speak about more about incubators. Okay, the first topic is types of business incubators throughout the world. As you can see, we have some types of incubator, such as venture capital incubators, corporate incubators, virtual business incubators, academic incubators, social incubators, medical incubators, and so on. But because of the limitation of the time, I only mentioned some of them in detail. The first is venture capital incubators. They view incubators as an opportunity to make money, usually. They invest in new companies or offer funding in exchange for a stake or equity in the company. Venture capital firms may also connect management teams with angel investors and financial management as part of their incubation package. Okay. And the second is corporate incubators. And corporate incubators are a kind of seed accelerator that they want to capitalize on the idea that innovation comes from newcomers. They provide office space, funding, mentorship, and collaboration of startups. The third is academic incubators that I mentioned. Usually colleges and universities commonly create this type of incubation. The idea is that it helps full job creation for its graduates and innovation in multiple industries. This incubator, more traditional incubation models that has been around since incubators started in 1915. And the fourth is the medical incubators. This type of incubator looks for companies focused on medical technologies in the healthcare industry. At this slide, I want to compare between incubator and accelerator. As you can see, there are some differences between these two parts of innovation ecosystem. The first is different clients. As you can see, let's start with the clients served by incubators and accelerators. An important characteristic of tech incubators is that they are open to companies in all stages of growth and development. From the earliest stage ideas to established companies looking to rebrand or developing a new product or services. On the other hand, a tech accelerator targets only the earliest stage companies, often nothing more than a pair of smart tuning something with a bright idea. This is the first difference between accelerator and incubator. The second difference is about the length of the development process. As you can see, the next big difference is the length of the development process. In an incubator, member companies accept to spend several years with the organization and treat the space like a permanent office in incubator. With most tech accelerator programs, prospective members compete for a limited amount of residencies that last only 3 to 5 months only. And the final and perhaps most important difference between tech incubators and accelerator is the overall mission of the organization. Incubators are mostly non-profit ventures with the goal of kickstarting innovation in the regional economy. Incubators really provide upfront seed money to member companies, and they don't take a percentage of profits earned by companies. They help to launch. This is about incubator. On the other hand, accelerators are often for-profit businesses founded by teams of venture capitalists and angel investors. They award smart money upfront to founders in exchange for an equity stake between usually 6 up to 10% in their companies. Okay, next slide, as you can see, I will speak about criteria for selecting startups in incubator. As you can see, but I hope you can see it because it's very small. Okay. This chart shows the indicators about selecting startups with incubator. Level of innovation of the idea is stand out by more than 80%. And yes. And the next one is about business potential and sustainability. As I told, the degree of innovation of the idea stands out, selected by more than 80% of the incubators. Basis that the potential and sustainability of the business, it's about 57%, and strategic business areas about 52. The profit of the entrepreneurs is about 47. And some other criteria, as you can see, strategic business area, response to market need, adding value to local economy, financial viability of the project, new job creation, business potential and sustainability, and entrepreneur profit. These are the criteria to select startups by the incubator. And what is about the rejecting criteria? In this chart, you can see there are criteria for startups to be rejected from the programs of the incubators. The lack of consistency in the business plan stands out by 63%. And the second is similarly inconsistency in financial and plan and no visible opportunity in the market, about 47%. Finally, there is the lack of the required degree of innovation. So these are indicators to reject startups. Now we have a fourth stage from idea to market in life cycle of startups. As you can see, the first stage is ideation and creation concept. And the second is company foundation. The third is product development. And the fourth is market launch. At what stage do startup support usually begin? This is this question. As you can see in this chart, the first stage startup support usually begin is ideation and concept by 42%. And the second is company foundation, about 30%. And the third and fourth is about product development and market launch. The entrepreneur has only an idea of what his business would be like. Then if it is company foundation, so the support is provided for the legalization of the company, identification of the responsible entities, and in fundraising or incentives. Product development, third stage, is the most commonly early support. Finally, there is the market launch. So the support startups is provided in the marketing strategies about the product to be marketed. Okay, as you can see in this chart, which entities did you seek support in the ideation and concept phase? As you see, incubators is the first by more than 60%. That this entity in innovation ecosystem has more support in phase of ideation and creation concept. Okay, which services provided by incubators? As you can see, the first is allocating exclusive space along with office facilities, fostering business-oriented mentality for the guys who want to create or establish a new business. The third is enjoying legal advantages are available in incubators, holding educational workshops and appointing a mentor to all of teams, working alongside major companies, usually in science and technology parks, and accreditation and branding is another service that provided by incubator. Here I want to speak about more in our incubator, Tech Elite, the incubator in Paris Technology Park. Application process of Tech Elite's incubator, as you can see, at the first stage is announcement, an idea submission. Usually it is done to stage in a year. The second is idea evaluation. The third is inauguration session after the selecting the best ideas. Interview session with the selected ideas and teams. And the fifth is a preparation course at co-op co-working space that I discussed about it yesterday. Principal criteria for applying for Tech Elite Incubator in our park, technology park, as you can see, there is 3 indicators. The first is an expert and entrepreneur team. The second is the level of innovation and technology of the idea. And the third is market potential. The product or idea should be market fit to enter our incubator. The steps of a settlement at Tech Elite Incubator, as you can see, we have 2 stages, pre-seed stage and seed stage. In pre-seed stage, residing up to 6 months to complete the team, product, the MVP, and register the company. And at the seed stage, 3 to 5 years, they can establish in our incubator, develop the product, enter the market, and achieve organizational development, establish economic sustainability. Now we have about 30 teams in pre-seed stage and about 35 teams in seed stage in our incubator now in this year. And what is the program and the activity of the incubator? The first is technical growth. Through research of the initial idea, transforming the idea to the initial products or services, such as lab sample or pilot, limited production of the product or service, and the next is entering other related fields. And the next topic is about human resource growth. We help the startups to manage their skills and improve their skills, business skills, and number of employees is important in this topic. Organizational growth, registering a legal entity, company, institution, and something like this, defining and implementing structure and process, preparing and implementing business agenda. And financial growth is about increasing the turnover of the company, striking contracts for product or service sales, project fundraising, such as loan and facilities or partnership, leasing, and something like this, investing on future products or services. And our services in Elite Incubator, the first group of service is settlement services. The next is professional services, general support services, supportive package, and legal advantages. About settlement services, low-cost working space. Second is access to meeting rooms, equipping office environments, desk, shelves, and etc. synergy and consulting space, sport hall. And about professional services, you can see company management skills, commercialization, consultancy, facilitating negotiations with investors, exclusive consultancy services, and providing financial services. General support services, as you can see, communication infrastructure, transportation services, conference hall and meeting rooms, general and exclusive cleaning, providing health and medical services. And about supportive package, supporting inventions and patents, supporting participation in exhibitions, supporting the preparation of reports, such as feasibility study, supporting the employment of trainees and talents, supporting the receipt of national and international standards and licenses. And the fifth is legal advantages. About Article 9 of the law of supporting knowledge base that I mentioned yesterday, institutions and companies have some support by governments about majority tax exemption, tender exemption, technical coefficient of 150 for tenders in technical rank, striking research contracts with executive bodies. And about exclusive advantages, using the brand of Paris Technology Park and supporting the receipt of national and international standards and license, working along major companies of Paris Technology Park, collaboration with other companies and something like this. And the last slide is about growth indicators in our incubator that you can see the title, economic development, quality management, organizational growth and development, business skills, interaction and communications. These are the criteria for growth, the startups in our incubator. And you can see some photos about the Tech Elite Incubator. Thank you for your attention. Is there any question? I'm at your service.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. MashaAllah, very nice talk and very informative session this morning. I have 2-3 things to just let me know and the audience. Which cities in the Iran is more developed for the entrepreneurship ecosystem, such as highest number of the science parks or the innovation factories or the highest number of the universities. We all know the Tehran, but maybe Isfahan or some other cities. Number one. Number two is time. Our connectivity and the purpose is also very clear that we need to expand our collaborations. So how can mutually benefit each other by either visiting your facilities or our setups? And the third thing is the is there this kind of this session or the can we make some small working group together with the Iranian counterpart with and the Pakistani startups and the setups or science parks and the accelerators? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. خب در واقع همونطور که خودشون گفتن در واقع بزرگترین شهر ما که بیشترین حجم از در واقع اجزای اکوسیستم رو داره تهران هست. بیشترین مراکز رشد، بیشترین دانشگاه‌ها و شتاب دهنده‌ها در خود تهران مستقر هستن. بعد از اون شهرهای دیگه که باز نام بردن اصفهان، مشهد، تبریز، اینها مجموعه‌ای هستن که بیشترین حجم استارتاپ‌ها و شرکت‌های در واقع کوچک رو دارن تشکیل میدن. بعد در رابطه با سوال دومشون که پرسیدن در واقع راه‌های همکاری بین استارتاپ‌های و تیم‌های کوچک ایران و پاکستان. خب دیروز هم عرض شد که ما میتونیم در واقع در حوزه‌های تخصصی به عنوان مثال در حوزه مثلا بایوتک یا در حوزه فرض کنید هوش مصنوعی بیایم استارتاپ‌های ایرانی و پاکستانی رو به هم معرفی بکنیم، جوینت بکنیم در قالب گروه، اینا با هم ارتباط داشته باشن و در واقع پروژه‌هایی رو بتونیم به صورت مشترک تعریف بکنیم. در لایه بالاتر هم که میشه در واقع مجموعه‌هایی مثل خود پارک‌های فناوری ایران و پاکستان با هم ارتباطاتی رو برقرار بکنن برای معرفی تیم‌هاشون در رویدادهای مشترکی که در دو کشور برگزار میشه.
To answer your first question, he said certainly Tehran holds the best, is the city with a major number of accelerators and incubators. After that, if you want to name some other cities, and there's Isfahan, Mashhad, and Tabriz as well, that fall a little short from Tehran. Answering your second and the third question, in which you said if there is a possibility of collaboration between the technology parks and in this field between Iran and Pakistan, he said that firstly on a lower basis, the required field that wants to collaborate, it can connect with the required field in Iran as well, and on a higher basis, the technology parks itself, they can come together, have a meet and greet in any event, come to know each other, see each other's requirements, and then they can start a collaboration.
Please.
Excuse me. Dr. Mohsin, my name is Shahid. Assalamu alaikum. I have a two-part question. Yesterday, you mentioned a very important point that Iran is developing its innovation ecosystem with a strategic mindset to create a non-oil economy. First question is, have you been able to map the impact of the current innovation ecosystem in Iran on, for example, the large-scale manufacturing sector in Iran? For example, if there's a certain percentage which the Iranian innovation ecosystem has contributed to non-oil economy sector like renewable energy and other sectors. Number one. Number two, understanding from yesterday's session and this session, we've benefited greatly. It appears that Iranian government is a leading player in the development of the national ecosystem in Iran. Second question is, how does the venture capitalist scene look like in Iran under the purview of certain challenges and sanctions, for example, and whether, for example, any Pakistani venture capitalist firms can migrate into Iran and invest in the Iranian innovation ecosystem. We have seen that during the past 2 financial years, if we combine the financial impact of the startup funding in Pakistan, it's up. The foreign investment in Pakistan startup ecosystem has been around $650 million in the last 2 financial years. A lot of that is coming either directly from Pakistani owned or venture capitalist firms which are run by Pakistanis, or the Pakistani diaspora is acting as a bridge by bringing international VC firms into Pakistan to invest and support the pre-seed, the seed round, and other aspects of the startup ecosystem in Pakistan. So rounding up, are there any challenges that you foresee in terms of collaborating, creating linkages and partnerships between the Iranian and Pakistani innovation ecosystem, specifically from the perspective of VC funding? Thank you.
اولشون یادم رفت، سال دوم خیلی طولانی شد.
اکشنی که این اکوسیستم هایی که
ببینید خب همونجوری که دیروز هم عرض کردم یه روزی بود که کاملا وابسته به نفت بودیم ما و الان تو ادعای حرف بنده که اکوسیستم کمک کرده به ایران، این که الان چندین ساله با تحریم‌های سنگینی که روی ایران حاکمه ولی اقتصاد ایران بالاخره داره کار خودش رو میکنه و این چیزی جز اقتصاد دانش بنیان نیست که داره بیرون از مرزها داره فعالیت میکنه، داره ارزش خلق میکنه و داره عملاً کمک‌های بزرگی میکنه به چرخش اقتصاد کشورمون. و این خودش ادعای این هست که سویچ کرده این اقتصاد از اقتصاد نفتی به اقتصاد دانش بنیان. کلی محصول مختلف تو سرفصل‌های زیاد، حوزه بایوتکنولوژی خیلی رشد کرده ایران، حوزه نانو به همین ترتیب، حوزه حتی صنایع نظامی دفاعی، همه صنعت‌ها همه رشد کردن و الان ایران کاملا داره مستقل عمل میکنه و دیگه وابستگی به بیرون نداره و تحریم‌ها عملاً بخش زیادیش خنثی شده.
To answer your first question, he said that, as you know, that Iran was an oil-based profiting country for a very long time. So because if you look at the sanctions that Iran has been facing in the last decade, Iran has faced more sanctions, and more sanctions were put on Iran. According to that, if you look, the chart, the growth, the economical growth of Iran should have come down, or at least should have had a halt, right? But if you look at the charts, it has not, and it is progressing with the sustainability and with a very good average value. So it's not that if it was highly or more sustained on the oil products, then that growth would have been stopped somewhere, but it has not, which shows itself that the work that Iran has been doing in the technological parks or other technological aspects of that, especially on the knowledge-based technologies, it is doing its work and it's affecting the economy because it's going up.
در رابطه با سوال دومشون رو که متوجه شدم، بحث چگونگی امکان سرمایه‌گذاری ویسی‌ها و در واقع سرمایه‌گذاران پاکستانی درسته در ایران. خب این همونطور که دیروز هم عرض کردم این امکان فراهم هست و به عنوان مثال ما یک رویدادی رو به صورت سالانه برگزار می‌کنیم ذیل در واقع گروه D8 شبکه انتقال فناوری کشورهای D8 که پاکستان هم عضو این شبکه هست که در اسلایدهای بعدی بنده در بعد از ظهر بهش اشاره می‌کنم. رویدادی وجود داره به نام تکنولوژی اینوستمنت میتینگ که در واقع رویداد سرمایه‌گذاری هست. در ایران عمدتاً برگزار میشه سال یک بار. فرصت‌های سرمایه‌گذاری در این 8 کشور به معرض نمایش گذاشته میشه و سرمایه‌گذارانی از این 8 کشور و خارج از این 8 کشور میان برای سرمایه‌گذاری روی استارتاپ‌ها که در سال گذشته ما یک جذب سرمایه خیلی خوبی در واقع توسط مجموعه خارجی روی استارتاپ ایرانی داشتیم. در واقع ویسی ها و سرمایه‌گذار پاکستانی هم میتونن مشارکت فعال در این رویداد داشته باشن برای سرمایه‌گذاری.
To answer your second question, he said for the VCs, they said a collaboration between Pakistan and Iran. He said there are two events there are a lot of events as well, but there are two major events that are annually conducted in Iran, which is the first one is Event D8, in which there are 8 countries basically who made this event, and then it happens annually, and people from these countries and a lot of people from outside these countries, they come and they participate here. So that is one event where Pakistan can also participate and then come to know the fields and the industries and technologies. The other event would be technology investments meeting, which happens annually as well in Iran, where a lot of it is an open invitation, so any country can come, any even company can come and participate in there, where a lot of big investing entities are also present. So that might be an open window for anybody to come and get to know. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please.
You mentioned about the 2 stages. One is pre-seed and that is for 6 months, and the other one is seed stage. So who is the main sponsoring in these stages in 6 months, and the seed stage you mentioned 3 to 5 years? So the main contributors from the government of Iran or the private investors?
در رابطه با دوره پریسید و اینا سوال میکنن.
که کی اینا رو اسپانسر میکنه؟
بله.
دولت میکنه یا یک
بله. ما در دوره در واقع پریسیدمون که 6 ماه یا حد اکثر تا 9 ماه هست، خود دولت داره خدمات رو ارائه میکنه در مرکز رشد. چون مراکز رشد به طور کلی عمدتاً دولتی هستن در ایران و ما مرکز رشد خصوصی تقریبا میتونم بگم نداریم و خدمات و حمایت ها عمدتاً توسط دولت اتفاق میفته. تخفیف در اجاره بها، خدمات مالی، ارسام منتورشیپ و موضوعات این چنینی، دسترسیشون به بازار. منتها در 6 ماه اول که پریسید هست ما عمدتاً روی تیم سازی تمرکز میکنیم و ثبت شرکت ماهیت حقوقی پیدا کنن. در دوره سید که بین 2.5 تا 3 سال هست روی بازار شرکت عمدتاً تمرکز میشه که بتونن وارد بازار بشن و محصولشون رو توسعه بدن. بله 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 بله.
توی شتاب دهنده ها دقیقاً برعکس، یعنی کلا بخش خصوصی دولت فقط کمک‌های حمایتی از شتاب دهنده میکنه که بده به استارتاپ.
اما خب تو اینکیوبیتورز
کاملا دولتی.
There's a point that he wants to also elaborate that in Iran, the incubators are majorly supported by the government, whereas the accelerators are supported by mostly private, what do you call, entities and companies. So to precisely answer your question, he said that in the incubator phase, the government completely supports them, and because the pre-seed duration, it basically focuses on creating the teams and the idea and everything else, and the seed, which is like the seed duration, and which is like 3 to 5 years, that is focused on, they focus on the marketing as well. So both of them are majorly supported by the government.
Please.
My question is to the first speaker. Thank you very much. My question is about the kind of the products. Can you give some of the examples that have been successfully produced in the technology park and commercialized? What is the portfolio of the kind of products that you have been able to commercialize?
محصولات پاکستانی بله. ببینید ما در واقع در مجموعه پارک فن پردیس بیش از 1700 محصول داریم تولید میکنیم توسط شرکت ها در حوزه‌های مختلف. اینها دسته‌بندی میشن، بخششون در حوزه تجهیزات پزشکی هستن، بخشی در حوزه دارو، بخش دیگه در حوزه مکانیک و در واقع اتوماسیون پیشرفته، بخشی هم در حوزه الکترونیک و بخشی هم در حوزه در واقع نرم افزار و در واقع حوزه آیتی و آی سی تی شرکت‌ها دارن فعالیت میکنن که طبیعتاً بخشی از اینها محصولاتشون رو صادر هم میکنن و بخش دیگه عمدتاً در بازار داخل دارن فعالیت میکنن. اما تنوع محصول زیاد هست. من بخوام اسم ببرم باید اطلاع زیادی رو اسم ببرم که در حوزه به خصوص تجهیزات پزشکی ایران خیلی توانمندی بالایی داره، در حوزه داروهای بیولوژیک همینطور و همینطور در حوزه نرم افزار مجموعه توانمندی داریم که بعضا محصولاتشون رو به خارج از کشور هم صادر می‌کنیم.
There are more than 1,700 products that are the outcome of these technology parks, and they can vary. They're related to the medical field, to the pharmaceutical field, to related to the electronics, and to software technology like IT and ICT. And some of these are also exported, like an export. Iran exports them, and majorly most of them are like in the initial stages. They are like they are run and used in Iran. But after like they master the product and the product is like a complete product and it can compete with the international market, then that gets exported as well. So there's nothing that I can specifically tell you because there's a lot of products.
پلتفرمی که دیروز معرفی کردن برای خود کامستک، اون خودش آروم آروم داره به روز میشه و محصولات الان هم هست.
بله بله من یادم از دیروز نشون
دیروز صبح
just one to add one point. Yesterday we did show a chart of the products. Yes.
ظاهرا دیگه وقتی تمام شده. ظاهرا وقتی تمام شده. خیلی ممنون. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohsin and Mr. Mehdi, for your presentations. For our next, I would like to request Mr. Pervez Abbasi, Project Director, to introduce us to the National Incubation Center of Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome to our participants, especially those who have traveled from abroad. Congratulations to our brothers and sisters from the Republic of Iran. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation, a great opportunity for us to learn. Today, I would like to share with you the National Incubation Center, which is a public-private partnership with the government of Pakistan and Mobilink Jazz, which is the largest telecom service provider in Pakistan. And the reason for the National Incubation Center is in Pakistan, 64% of our population is 30 years or under 30 years. That means 100 million people, over 100 million people who are youth or under 30. And no government in the world can create that many jobs. So in 2015, we proposed to the government that we should try to take these people out of the job market, allow them to become entrepreneurs, create their own businesses. So they only create jobs for themselves, but for other people as well. Alhamdulillah, it's been a very successful program. And today I'd like to walk you through that. National Incubation, as I mentioned, is a project funded by Ignite, which is a government entity, and also Mobilink Jazz. Just to let you know, this may be useful, that the telecom service providers, they contribute approximately 1.5% of their gross revenues to a fund, which is known as the ICT R&D fund or the USF fund. So all of us here who are using mobile phones, 1% or 1.5% of our bill goes to that particular fund, and we as the National Incubation Center are funded from that particular program. Our vision is very simple: to dream, build, and rise. Any startup founder, any entrepreneur, they have a dream, they have an idea, and from that idea, they need to work around building something. And then after they've built their product or their service, they need to scale that and grow. This is not only the vision and interpretation of startups, but this is also what happened to Pakistan. Pakistan also is a startup. Allama Iqbal had the vision, the dream to build an Islamic state in the region. And then Quaid-e-Azam and his team, they came together to build it. And I believe it's our responsibility collectively to rise as a nation across the world. And our mission is very simple, is to help develop and stimulate and influence an ecosystem. We realize that we cannot do everything ourselves, but what we can do is we can show how it can be done based on international best practices. And we believe in a social impact, but after an economic impact. It is not possible for us to provide support to other people if we ourselves are not able to stand on our own 2 feet. So economic stability and sustainability is very important and a prerequisite to become socially impactful. In Pakistan, as I mentioned, we have 64% of the youth. One of the things that was very useful for us since 2016-17 is that we had 3G and 4G penetration in Pakistan. Smartphone penetration is increasing. University graduates are increasing. So they're all coming together to become a very optimistic situation for all of us to grow in the entrepreneurial ecosystem of Pakistan. And as one of our honorable guests mentioned, that in the last 2 years, we have raised more than $650 million US, which is a phenomenal increase, more in fact than the last 20 years put together. One of the things we looked at was, why are Pakistanis successful when they go abroad? And we came to 3 conclusions, 3 reasons. One is Pakistanis, believe it or not, are above average intelligence. Second thing is that they are more hardworking, especially when compared to some of our European and American counterparts. And lastly, they have a fair environment, a level playing field. And I want to share with you a couple of stories here. Gentleman here, Ashar Aziz, on the extreme left. He's a gentleman who went to a public school in Islamabad and eventually ended up in MIT and developed a company, started a company called FireEye. The US Department of Defense were using his platform for cybersecurity. So it's very ironic that the US Department of Defense would be using a Pakistani-made software in the US. The other gentleman I would like to introduce you to is Usman Rashid on this far extreme side. Usman is originally from Karachi, and he went to the US to study, to do his undergrad. When he went there, he didn't have enough money to buy the books. So what he did, as a Karachi entrepreneur would, is he decided to rent the book. So one book, which would typically, let's say, cost $100, he would rent that book for $10, and then he would give that book back after the end of the semester. When his colleagues in his class found out, we can do this as well, they asked him, please rent books for us. He created a company, which he later sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. That company today is listed on the NASDAQ exchange for over $3 billion. It's called Chegg, by the way, if somebody wants to Google it, it's CHEGG. So this is an example of what Pakistanis have done abroad. So our theory was, if we create the same environment in Pakistan, can we replicate that success? Myself, my co-founder Zuhair Khalik, who's the former CEO of Mobilink Jazz, we discussed this literally over a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and said, how can we give back to Pakistan? We came back to Pakistan from London, where we were living a retired life, and then we offered the government this particular solution. The NIC, and I'd like to again take this opportunity to invite all of you to visit the NIC. By show of hands, has anybody visited the NIC, by the way? Wow, thank you very much. To our brothers and sisters from Iran and other places who are here today, please do come and visit us. We are only a 10-minute drive from here, and you will, inshallah, enjoy the facility. It's a globally recognized, award-winning facility. Like you mentioned in your pictures, this is a government building that is a 45-year-old building. And prior to 2016, when it was handed over to us, it was used as an old government storage capacity, where they had old files, paper files. And on those paper files, we had lots of cockroaches, lots of rats, and they were breeding, enormously. Today, alhamdulillah, I'm happy to share with you, it's a globally recognized award-winning facility. And this award has been internationally recognized, not from Pakistan, but from the United Nations, from the ITU, and various others. Another important thing that we provide is mentoring and coaching. Young people, especially fresh graduates, they don't really have the wisdom, maturity, experience of what to do in a business. So we have, mashallah, well over 200-300 mentors, domain experts, people who have 10, 15, 20 years of experience, who give them that guidance, specifically in that particular area that they needed. In addition to that, we have designed our own customized curriculum. It's 16 weeks, stretched over the year. Within this curriculum, we share a lot of things with them in terms of idea validation. One of the challenges that entrepreneurs have is they have ideas. And the idea is like your own child, like your own baby. Everybody loves their children. Because I have an idea, I think it's the best idea in the world. But what does the world think about my idea? Is it really any good? So this process of idea validation is very, very important. And then how do you register a company? What are the tax implications? What are the liabilities? What are the legal requirements? All of these are supported by various government entities like the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, like the FBR, as well as the State Bank of Pakistan. So they come in, their people come in, they educate our colleagues and our team and our startup founders. Commercialization industry linkage is very important. If you're a young 25-something, nobody's going to take you seriously. People in our organization and our founders and our members, they have 30 years of corporate experience each. They have very large network. They can pick up the phone and arrange a meeting with any bank, any telco, any Unilever, Procter & Gamble, any other organization within 48 hours. And then that person would be seriously listening to this startup founder because they know they're coming from a credible source. And lastly, building and empowering communities is very, very important to us. And I will share with you some highlights of those communities. And finally, the icing on the cake is access to funding. That funding could be in the form of angel investment, VC funding, as well as grants as well from various institutions and organizations. So our impact, I'm sharing with you this impact represents only Islamabad. I should mention here that now we have today 5 incubation centers. The first one started in 2016 in Islamabad. After that, we have one in Lahore, one in Karachi, one in Peshawar, and one in Quetta. So we have 5 incubation centers. You'll be happy to know that on the 12th of September, inshallah, next week, we are launching in Hyderabad and Faisalabad as well. Combined, the 5 incubation centers in the last 5 years have created over 120,000 jobs and over 50 billion rupees in investments and revenues. The figures I'm sharing with you on the screen today only represent Islamabad. For those of you who are aware, Islamabad and adjoining city of Rawalpindi represents only about 4% or less than the entire population of Pakistan. Hence these numbers. One of the other things that we're very proud of is that we have a very high level of female founders. The average rate globally, would anybody like to take a guess, and maybe we can have some help here? What is the global average of female founders in the world? Any guesses? So to nahi gaye aap log. To tukka hi maar le. Ma'am, is that 5%? Okay, anybody else? 10%? Very low numbers. So the global average of female founders, average across the world, is 14%. 14%. In the US, because US is used as a benchmark for best practices, it's 17%. And I'm happy to share with you, at the National Incubation Center in Islamabad, it's 24%. And that's a testament to the fact that we have 50% of our population who can contribute and build our nation together. In addition to that, creating jobs is very, very important for us. That was our original mandate. That has changed now to generating revenues, to generating investment, etc. Our process, we have more than 10,000 applicants. We also have a 2-year cycle. So it's a 1-year cycle, twice a year applications, winter applications, summer applications. And then once we get into that, I mentioned that we're an award-winning recognized program. This is a gentleman who came to visit.
Hi, I've just arrived at the National Incubator Center, and what can I say but oh my God, this is not what I was expecting. I thought I was going to see some shack in a mud hut somewhere with a couple of laptops, and I've come into the most modern facility I've seen in Pakistan. If this is what we are offering young and up-and-coming entrepreneurs, all I can say, I only wish I had this opportunity when I was starting a business. This, I can tell you, as a facility, is world class. You can go anywhere in the world and entrepreneurs are not getting these kind of resources. So firstly, congratulations to the team at the Incubation Center, because you have done an amazing job. I had the opportunity today to interact with some of the entrepreneurs, which was really amazing. It really got my juices going, because I love interacting with young entrepreneurs, because it always reminds me of my journey when I was sitting where they were. And we had a great session, great interaction. We had some fantastic questions, and it was really dynamic, and I got a feel of the kind of businesses that we're setting up here, you know, some of the people and the entrepreneurs. And all I can say is I just hope that the people that I interacted with today, if only they took one thing away, it will make a difference. So let me take this opportunity to wish you all the best of success. I hope to God that in years to come, that the Incubator Center will create the next James Khan for Pakistan. Thank you so much.
One of the other opportunities is that we have approximately 15 million Pakistanis living outside of Pakistan. And many of them are very successful entrepreneurs. Just in Silicon Valley, we have 10,000 people of Pakistan origin. We have more than 40,000 Pakistani doctors in the US doing very well, incidentally. So my point being is that a lot of these people want to contribute and give back to Pakistan. And I'm sure that the Iranian community also has diaspora across the world, which you can tap into and perhaps leverage their knowledge, their experience, and also their resources as well. Some of the genres and industries that we work in, fourth industrial revolution technologies, and we come across all of the major industries like agriculture, education, health, fintech, etc. Some of our mentors, as I mentioned, you'll see many of these people are old. And the reason why they're old is because they carry 10, 20, 30 years of experience. All of them are industry leaders, domain experts in their own right. And they frequently come and support us at the National Incubation Center. One thing I would like to share with you here is that 99% of people here, they travel at their own cost. They charge nothing to the NIC. They travel from the US, from Europe, from Karachi, from Lahore. They give their own quality time without any expectation of any remuneration, because they want to give back and contribute to the development of Pakistan. Inclusivity is very important. The entire facility that we have is wheelchair friendly. So from the car park, including the washrooms, you can use using a wheelchair. We don't care irrespective of what ethnicity or religion or background you come from. Education, by the way, is also not a requirement. We don't really care. In fact, some of the most successful entrepreneurs are known to be university or college dropouts. So education also is not a criteria from where we come. I mentioned that the women entrepreneurs, we have a special program called Founder, which focuses on supporting women. It's not just in Pakistan, by the way, or Iran for that matter. I'm sure even in the US and Europe, our experience is that female founders, they need different type of support. Their challenges are different to their male counterparts. And we try to facilitate and accommodate those requirements. And these are some of our young founders who have gone through the program and today are running their own successful entrepreneurs businesses. One of our founders,
Aliza and I, we started as a team of 2 people with a dream to build a sustainable ecosystem for the creative community of Pakistan. Startups face a lot of issues on a daily basis, but the fact that there is someone out there ready to help adds a lot of comfort. The curriculum session and the one-on-one mentorship by the likes of Furqan Qureshi helped us think and rethink over our business model. A year into operations, and we are now a team of 6 people. We have generated around 4.1 million rupees in revenue, and we've empowered 790 people from the creative community of Pakistan. A wise man once told us that great things can happen when you team up, and it stands true for us because we could not have achieved any of this if it wasn't for the consistent support of the NIC.
Building and empowering communities is very, very important. So we have different types of communities, whether they are in the community of cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, machine learning, women founders, physically challenged, and otherwise. We've done well over 1,000 events. During COVID, of course, we had to close down the facility and we went virtual. But the beauty is that within 3 days, the incubation center was up and running virtually. And this is a testament to young technology founders. Because they're used to using technology, they can recover and adapt very, very quickly. We have very open and learning culture. So just to give you an example, the project director at the National Incubation Center who heads the center doesn't even have an office there. So we use the same co-working space as everybody else. For meetings, we have different types of rooms. And this is important that accessibility is important. One of the things I should mention here is that we are funded by the government of Pakistan through the Ministry of IT, and we are in their building as well. But there is zero interference from the government of Pakistan. We believe that in this particular case, the government of Pakistan can, frankly speaking, best be standing out of the way. When you ask the government to try to do something, they normally fail. And I give you a few examples of this. If you look at the private education system versus the public education system, if you look at the public health system versus the private education, if you look at, for example, our Pakistan Steel Mill, if you look at, for example, PIA, relative to their private counterparts, they fail miserably. And that's why we propose to the government that, yes, we need your money. Yes, we need your premises. Yes, we need your support. But yes, we don't want you to interfere at all. So we have zero interference from the government of Pakistan. And this is one of the reasons I think that we are successful. Young people, of course, it's not just work. So we play as well. We do a lot of activities to support these young people, to keep them stimulated. National Investment Summit we have, where we have now well over 100 investors across the world. In fact, COVID has taught us that people can link via Zoom. These investors come to our demo days, they come to our angel events, they come to our investment summits, where the startups are given an opportunity to pitch their ideas in front of these investors. And subsequently, those investors can then connect with them, link with them, follow up with them. And I'm happy to share with you that it has translated in real investment in our startups. In addition to that, we do a lot of research and we publish papers. And these papers are used predominantly to educate as well as to help the government understand and enact policy change. So for example, we bring people, stakeholders to the table, investors, angel investors, venture funds, startup founders, government policy makers, etc. And then we discuss those problems and try to find solutions to them. At the end, we publish these papers. Incidentally, all of these papers are available on our website. www.nicpakistan.pk. So feel free to download them, to read them, to review them. And I'm happy to share with you that as a result of these papers, government has changed its policy. So resulting in that $260+ million, sorry, 650 million US dollars coming into Pakistan due to a policy change. Some of the startups that have raised money, a few of these are our own startups as well. In particular, I could mention here DigiKata, MyTM, which has raised $6.9 million in initial funding. Just to share with you and put things into perspective, one startup, MyTM, the amount of money it raised is twice the amount of money that has been invested by the government of Pakistan in this program. So the return on investment, thank you very much. So normally what happens is, unfortunately, people think of public money or government money being used, being abused, basically to line people's money, and it's a waste of time and the project is ended. I'm happy to share with you that first and foremost, this is not public money in that sense. It's the telco contribution. Secondly, it has been successful to the point where for every dollar that the government is putting in, $50 of private funding has come into this particular program. So it's been mashallah, a very big success. One of the other things that we do also is we love problems. So we talk to industry and we say to them, share your problems with us. And I'll give you a couple of examples for illustration purposes. One is that in COVID, when COVID started, we worked with the Health Ministry of Pakistan, and we said that we need to help find solutions for COVID. In the health industry, normally it's to do with prevention, detection, and cure. So we actually ran a campaign in which we had 1,200 applications, I think from 11 different countries. And in that particular space, the winner, incidentally, I'm happy to share with you, is they developed an app. And in this app, you simply cough into the app and it will tell you if you have COVID or not. It'll also tell you if you have bronchitis or any other lung disease. This was, again, something that was developed by one Pakistani incidentally was in Germany, and the other was here in Islamabad. The second problem of the industry I'll share with you, any soccer fans here, football fans? For those of you who are not, approximately 8 months ago, a very famous footballer, his name is Ronaldo, he picked up 2 bottles of Coca-Cola in a live press conference and he put them to the side. And he said, drink water. This was actually supported and funded by Coca-Cola. So it's a very embarrassing moment for the sponsor when one of their star ambassadors picks up their product and puts it to the side. As a result of that, Coca-Cola lost its brand image. Rumor has it that it lost its market share, market value, market price. So Coca-Cola globally became very concerned about this, and Coca-Cola Pakistan became very concerned about this. They reached out to us. They said, we have a problem. Can you help us? We do research. Again, as I mentioned, we recommended to them, based on our research, that they should recycle their plastic bottles and help to build roads. And I'm happy to share with you that in Pakistan, in Islamabad, in fact, not too far from here, Ataturk Avenue is Pakistan's first plastic road, which we helped to build, and which is more sustainable, not only from a environmental perspective, but also from an economic perspective as well. And these are some of the pictures and examples of those. Anybody driven on this road, by the way? Maza aata hai ki nahi? Good. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's smooth as well, right? When you drive, it's really nice and smooth. We also work in the environment, again, with different ministries. One of the benefits that we have, incidentally, we work with the CDA, the Capital Development Authority, to help build that road. And the benefit of being in this public-private partnership is we can quickly work with different government bodies and different entities, as well as the corporate, as well as the business, as well as private entities. Some of the examples of our investors and our partners. Incidentally, it'll be important to mention, in 2016, when we first started, there was only 1 or 2 names that we had. Today, mashallah, there are more than 25 venture capitalists focused on Pakistan. And many more, by the way, coming. Academia is very important to us. And we have a lot of academia linkages. I want to touch upon this a little bit in a little while as well. And some of our startup stories, which are successful. As I mentioned, all of these are listed on our website, so please do feel free to list them. Our partners, Jazz, again, it's important to understand that Jazz has 75 million customers. So if you have a product, you can use their channel to distribute to those 75 million customers. They have over 120,000 retail outlets across Pakistan. So if you have a product, you can distribute it through those very, very efficiently and very, very quickly. And of course, they have very big support. One of the other things I should mention we have a user experience funded by Jazz. This is approximately $100,000 of equipment. And in this equipment, it's very simple. It's just a pair of glasses. But what these glasses do is they record everything that I'm looking at. And they also record my eye movement. So they track my eye movement. So for those of you who are familiar with the UI UX of a app, it helps you to develop a much better user experience. It can also be used for testing purposes. And incidentally, there are only 3 of these labs in Pakistan. One is with Unilever in Karachi, where they use it for testing purposes. The second is in IBA Sakkar for research purposes. And the third is at the National Incubation Center in Islamabad. And many other partners that we have who support us for cloud credits or various other support that they give us, ultimately resulting in hopefully business for them as well. As I mentioned, our startups are supported by not only the global diaspora community of Pakistanis across the world, but also we have an opportunity to send our founders across the world and to win different types of prizes and showcase Pakistan. These are some of the global representations that we've had across the world. One other thing I wanted to share with you is that we have a program called the Career Launchpad. As we interviewed these people, we realized that they have a challenge. And the industry, according to industry, 90% of fresh graduates are unemployable. I'd like to say that again because it's a really important figure. 90% of fresh graduates are unemployable. That means that young people cannot get a job. So what we realizing this problem, we have a 3-month program where we bring in those kids and we run them through the program. And I'm happy to share with you that we have a 100% success rate. 100% of our fellows who go through this program get a job. And this is not only just a testament to the program that we run, but more importantly to the youth of Pakistan, that if we give them the right guidance, the right mentorship, the right direction, they can achieve anything. It's the absence of that environment, it's the absence of that guidance, it's the absence of that direction, it's the absence of that that is actually making them. These are some of the results and some of the problems that we've faced, which industry has given back to us. And some of the challenges specifically are communication skills, linguistic skills. How do you actually communicate with other people? The practicality of knowledge, apart from the theoretical part of it. So for example, we've had HR managers tell us, when we interview people, we ask them to tell us, and they memorize and they parrotize, they like a parrot, they repeat what they've read. Many of them, by the way, are unable to repeat what they've read. But those people who do repeat what they've read in a parrot fashion don't even know what they're talking about. They don't even understand what they're saying themselves. So this is the challenge that we faced. And as I mentioned, what we do is we reskill, upskill, and new skill them. And this program has been very successful. I would encourage all of you, if you have brothers, sisters, siblings, kids who are in that age, they should look us up. We do a lot of mock interviews with real HR managers from different corporates. We have community events, and we give them real work. So just to give you an example, these are some of the companies that we tap into, and they're our partners to help support us in this environment. This is basically the program that we run. And ultimately, these are some of the works that they've been doing, some of the work that our fellows have done and the results of those, and some of the feedback that we've got from them. There's a lot more information, incidentally, on the internet. I would encourage you to look up that. This is the people who work for these companies, who can then guide the young students in terms of how to get into these companies, what are these companies looking for, et cetera, et cetera. And these are some of the pictures that we have from our program. Publications, as I mentioned, we do a lot of publications. The NIC work has been recognized by the President of Pakistan as well as the Prime Minister. The President himself visited and was very supportive. Incidentally, it would be important to mention, especially for my Pakistani friends here, that we started with the Nawaz Sharif government, and that was in 2016. In 2018, the Imran Khan government came. And as you may be aware, often when government changes, people change. I'm happy to share with you that there was absolutely zero change, and we are continuously supported. We are continuously supported. I give credit to all of the governments. Not a single government has interfered in our work. If anything, they have supported us. And the Prime Minister
इस वक्त जो अपने
himself
स्क्रीन पर मनाजिर
was
देख रहे
actually
हैं, इस वक्त
supportive
वज़ीर
of
आज़म इमरान खान स्टार्टअप्स का मुलाहिजा कर रहे हैं। ये 10 स्टार्टअप्स जो है 10 बेहतरीन स्टार्टअप्स वो आज के इस प्रोग्राम में जो है वो लॉन्च किए गए हैं। ये आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं। वज़ीर आज़म इमरान खान ने इसी तकरीब से खिताब भी किया है। उन्हें ब्रीफिंग दी जा रही है, उन्हें बताया जा रहा है कि किस तरह से।
So the Prime Minister himself was very appreciative of the work, and he said, don't worry about funding, just carry on with your job, whatever you need, we're happy to support. And regarding startups, incidentally, he also said these few words.
ये जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, ये स्टार्टअप्स वो लोग हैं जो जिनमें हौसला होता है अपने आइडिया के पीछे जाना, और वो माशरा जो इन लोगों की मदद करता है, इनको इनकरेज करता है, वो माशरा ऊपर जाता है। ये जो फेलियर से डरना है ना, ये जो डरना है कि मैं फेल ना हो जाऊं, ये कभी आज तक किसी इंसान ने बड़ा काम किया ही नहीं जो ये डरता है फेलियर से।
In terms of failure, as you know, sir, failure is a part of success. Failure is the bedrock of success. Failure is the prerequisite of success. वो शख्स कामयाब हो ही नहीं सकता जो फेल नहीं हुआ. And this is what we preach at the National Incubation Center. Fail fast, fail forward, fail often. Some of the stuff that press releases, media coverages that we've had, again, this is something. Another interesting thing is that we work with very young children starting at the age of 7 to help build what we call the entrepreneurial mindset. And this is important that irrespective of whether you become a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, a professor, or an entrepreneur, having an entrepreneurial mindset would allow you, problem-solving mindset, will allow you to become a better doctor, a better engineer, a better lawyer, a better accountant. So it's important for us to inculcate this into our children. And in this particular space, we teach our children, we go through a program, and then we give them 500 rupees cash. Every student, we give 500 rupees cash. And we say to them, you have 48 hours. With this cash, you go and buy whatever you want to buy, come back and build something, and then sell that in the incubation center. So we give them 500 rupees and 48 hours. They go, somebody makes a sandwich, somebody makes a cake, somebody does some juice, somebody makes a painting, somebody does some stuff. Would anybody like to guess ke return on 500 rupees kitna hua hoga? 1,500? That's 3 times, not bad. Anybody else? Sorry, sir? 2,000. Wow, you're very optimistic. Anybody else? 500 rupees, bache hain, 500 rupees. How much? Anybody else? Last guess. 600. 3,400 rupees was the winner. It's not the money. Ye paison ki baat nahi hai. It's not the money at all. Imagine that child and that group of children who go through that process in terms of what their mindset is, what their learning is. And when they go into the future, into their studies, how that will affect them. And we've seen this affect them in a very positive light. And we have some technical difficulties here. My fault. These are our team members who put this together. I should mention here, Zuhair Khalik is the former CEO of Mobilink Jazz. He's also on the board of various companies, including Engro, Prime Minister's Task Force. He happens to also be on the board of Oxford University as well. So very well renowned, recognized. We also have Salim Ranja Saab. Salim Ranja retired as a secretary from the government services. And I often joke with him, I say, okay, you spent 37 years retired in the government. Now how about doing some work? So he joined us earlier this year and he's supporting us. And we have a great team, mashallah. I take credit for all of the great work that they do, but we're supported by a fantastic team, not only here, but also the diaspora community and many other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful presentation. So any questions, we'll just go for tea now, and then we can have the questions there. So we'll take a 20-minute break and start back here at 12:10, please.
projects where we develop
هر جور دوست دارید فرقی نداره. نه هیچ مزاحمتی نیست. I think it will have some noise. Yeah. So if I use this microphone, it's better. It's better? No, no, no. Because of this microphone. This microphone, if I come close to here, it will have some noise. So I prefer to use this. Yeah. Sorry. Really? Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, my brother and my sister, for coming here. This is Amin Reza. I am Director General for International Affairs and Public Relations of Pardis Technology Park. And at the same time, I am the head of the West Asia and North Africa Division of International Association of Science Park, IASP. My friends during today and yesterday talked about the process, which starts from an idea inside the university or perhaps outside the university, and after that converting the idea to a team which shape to start a business inside accelerator or inside innovation factories, and after a while convert to startups inside technology incubator by providing many facilities for them. Now I want to talk about technology parks, which are the host and very good house for emerging to some extent mature companies, mature high-tech companies, and provide some services for these kind of companies to enter into market, not only in local market, also international market. At the first step, I want to talk about the subject which I'm going to talk about. First of all, I will talk about some facts and figures about the situation of science and technology parks in Iran. After that, I talk about some kind of types of technoparks in my country as well. What we believe that it's suitable structure and organization for these technology parks, how we do plan for technology parks in Iran, especially about Pardis Technology Park experience. The most important point is about economic and financial model of technoparks in Iran and what we do to provide finance for these technoparks. After that, Mohsen will talk about evaluation of technology parks and also the members in the park, and now finally about expansion plan of technoparks, especially Pardis Technology Park. In this figure, you can see the situation of technopark in Iran. We started the process from 1997 by establishing the first technopark in Iran, and so far we have more than 449 technoparks in the country in many provinces and in many cities. Pardis was not the first one, but now it's the biggest one and most prestigious technopark in the country. And you can see in this figure that the number of employees in science and technology parks and incubators in the country, which raised now from 60,000 people. Most of them are expert and professional people in various fields of technology. And also in this figure, you can see the revenue of the member companies inside the parks. In 2012, it was extremely nothing, but now it is more than 620 million. And it is increasing rapidly because of the increasing of the number of successful companies inside technoparks in the country as well. According to these statistics, I want to talk about the types of the technopark in the country. Almost all of the technopark in Iran was established by the government and public sector. It is not meaning that the government provide all of the financial resources which needed for establishing a technopark, but the government provide some kind of regulation and some kind of facilities for establishing technopark in the country. In next slide, I will talk about the financial resources which provided for the establishment of the technology park. We have only one private technology park in the country, which called named as Iranian Technology Park. And the model of this technopark is working under supervision of a kind of association. But all of the technopark in Iran are working under supervision of the government. We have in Iran some kind of general science and technology park, like as Paradis, which working in various fields of technologies and accept all of the companies in all fields as well. We have some university affiliated science and technology park in the country. Many of the famous universities in the country, like as Sharif, like as Tehran, has their own technology park as well. We have some technopark which are health technopark, especially working in the field of medicine and medical equipment as well. And also we have parks in the field of ICT, especially in the field of ICT. These are the categories of technopark in Iran as well. And in this table, you can see the differences between science and technology park and incubator from various kind of features. For example, in technopark, mostly tenants are mature companies, but in incubator, most of them are startups as well. And incubators mostly are 1 or 2 buildings, but technoparks are plot of land and developing in urban scale as well. All of the members of technopark are permanent members. They are coming to invest in the technopark and being present in many years. But in incubator, as Mohsen said, it is between 3 to 5 years mostly, and they are going after a while. They go to go outside of the incubator to have their own business, not under umbrella of the incubator. And also, according to these differences, they need different kind of services. I mean, general services and professional services in the technopark rather to the incubator. Most of the technoparks are locating outside of the city, but most of the incubator are inside the city and mostly close to the university as well. The structure of technoparks in Iran is like this. There is a board of trustees at the topest level of the technopark as decision making and policy making. Member of board of the trustees of technoparks mainly are some ministers, some related ministers, and some head of organization who are related to the activity of technology park. At the next level is board of the directors who decide about some operational decision inside the park, and after that there is a president or chairman of the park. Many of the boxes you saw at the bottom level of this diagram are the necessary boxes and division inside the park. Most of the park needs this division, like as, for example, legal and finance activities, or also membership and evaluation department, which try to evaluate the companies inside the park. And also the division for professional services, which is very important for the member of the park who want to develop their activity, and also public services, which is also necessary about the members, and finally the maintenance body, which is good for urban facilities inside the park. In some parks, they are to some extent it's different situation. For example, in some park you can't find the for example, professional services division separately. Perhaps they combine it with general services and they name it as a service division. But mainly in many parks, you can find all these 5 divisions as the main division inside the park and as the main directorate inside the park. And as I mentioned, most of the park in Iran are working under supervision of the government, mainly one of the ministers like as the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Health, Ministry of ICT, and Vice Presidency for Science and Technology. I want to talk about the planning of Pardis Technology Park, what we did to plan the park as well, because you know that when we start the project in the country, there were no same model in the country, and we had to develop our own model. We study about many of the technoparks in other countries, and finally we have to customize a model for our technology park. Like as all of the technopark all over the world, we have to provide vision, strategy, and long-term plan, and finally annual plan for our technology park at the first step. For defining vision and strategy for the park, we had some questions. First one was, what is the philosophy of emerging this technology park? Why we are starting this project? What we want to do? This is the main question which we asked, and we asked it from many people who were our, for example, potentially member of the park. Another question was that, what is the main role of this technology park? What do you think about the main role of a technology park? What is the main role? Is there any idea about the main role of technology park, as I talked about? Yes. That's a good idea. Any other? The main role of the park, especially, is to support high-tech companies. This is the main role of all technology parks all over the world. They are a supportive entity. So we talked about it many times. What is the main role of our technology park? It is depending on the location of your technopark. It is depending on the upper regulation inside your country or region, and some many other factors. Third question was, what is the territory of the effect of our technopark? It is the national entity, it is local entity, it is a regional entity. What we want to do? About Pardis Technology Park, after a while we understand that we should start from local mission. After a while we should convert to national mission, and finally we will have international activities about Pardis Technology Park, and I will talk about it in next slides. Thank you. Is there any same entity with your technology park? For example, you are going to establish a technopark, and there is another technopark in your country or in your region. So if the answer is yes, what is your core competency? What is your difference with that technopark which was before? I don't know in Pakistan there is the same project or not, but you can help me. If I'm going to establish a technopark, for example, in Islamabad, and there is another technology park in Islamabad, for example, from 2 years ago, what can be core competency for me to attract high-tech companies inside my technology park? What? Somebody say something. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. You please. Yeah, very good point. Location is really important. You please. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, you please. I cannot hear you good. So you should find your core competency. You should find it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and one more, please. Yeah, that's right. That's right. In one word, if I want to conclude all of the cases you mentioned, I can say the main core competency for each technology park is its services, public services and professional services. This is the difference between many technology parks all over the world. Their difference mainly is in their services they provide for their tenants as well. And a final question was that, what the potentially tenants expect from you? After you establish your technology park, many companies are going to come inside your technology park and invest there and doing their R&D activities there. What do they expect from your technology park? This is the very critical question to define your mission, vision, and strategy good. And this, after we answered these 5 questions, finally we can define the strategic model of our technology park. You can see here the statement of mission and also the vision of our technology park. As I mentioned, inside our mission statement, the main point is to facilitate and to encourage and support. This is the main activity of the park. And another aspect of this mission is about compete, because all of the business have to compete in the market. So we try to facilitate their competition in the internal and international market. This is the main duty of all of Technopark, but mainly for high-tech companies, not all of the companies, mainly for high-tech companies. And our vision become to be the most prestigious and important technology free zone at the west of Asia. This is the fact. Dr. Chaudhry, Professor Chaudhry, yesterday said that Addis has a slogan to become the Iran Silicon Valley. But after I visited Paris, I understand that this is the Silicon Valley of West of Asia. This is our proud. But we know that our competitors and many technoparks in the region are developing rapidly, and we shouldn't stop. We should continue. So this vision is the point which we never should think that we arrived it, and this this enough. According to this mission and vision, we define our strategy. Our strategy is in 4 main sentences. One of them is the linkage between university and industries and R&D centers. One of them is about commercialization of ideas and know-how. One of them is attracting foreign investment in high tech. And another is the increasing the competitiveness of high tech industries. These are four main strategies of our technology park according to the mission and our vision. And after a while, we define a 4 or 5 years plan. It was very important for us to know what now we want to do. At the first 5 years, we name it immersion. We start to establish the park and infrastructure, and at the same time, we start to attract high-tech companies from various provinces of the country. After that, in the second 5 years plan, we name it growth. We understand that the park is okay and infrastructure is ready now to some extent. So we start to convert our mission from local to national level. So we establish some kind of national entities, like as technology fund, like as technology sharing network. We name it Tech Mart of Iran. And at the same time, we were going to provide many legal advantages and benefits for the companies inside the park. In the third part of this plan, we call it maturity. We finalize first phase of our technology park and we start working on the second phase of the park. We start some kind of international activities like as Mustafa Prize, which Professor Chaudhry was one of the laureate of the last round of this prize. It is between Muslim countries and Muslim scientists as well. And we start Innotex as the main event for innovation and technology in Iran. And in the final part of this 5 years plan, which we call it development of the park, we plan to convert our technology park to an innovation district with more than 1,000 hectare area. So this is a very big idea, what we started during these 5 years, and now we are continuing this plan to finalize it as a technology district and biggest technology free zone in the I can say West Asia. So we started phase by phase, and now we are working on the third and fourth phase of our technology park. And finally, if I want to talk about annual planning of our technology park, we start planning inside the park annual plan by bottom-up model. I mean, all of the experts in many divisions of the park have some think tanking and brainstorming, and they gather their ideas, convert it to the manager of that division, and the manager of that division finalize these suggestion as well. After the planning by this model, we go to the budgeting process. If there is enough budget for doing this suggestion, we will tick it and say, yes, that's okay. So we are going to do it during next year. After that, we try to, we start to do, and after that, we start analyzing the progress of all of the programs. If there is need to any correction, we do it during the operation. And finally, we have evaluation for the annual planning, and this continue again and again. In Paradise Technology Park, we try to convert a desert to a paradise. You can see here some photos. It is not bad to see them. This is the photo of entrance of our technology park in 2001. It is clear for you? Yes? Okay. In 2001, the entrance of our technology park was like this. And this is the photo in 2021. Another photo, it is only the tableau of the park at the beginning point. There was completely a desert. There was nothing in 2001. And in 2021, you can see many R&D centers inside the park and many things is available there. Also, you can see this photo in 2006. In 2006, many companies start building their R&D center there. But this is the situation in 2021 as well. And also you can see here In 2003, we start establishing the roads and ways inside the park, but now everything is ready there after a while. In the film, you can see the progress of the converting the desert to the paradise of technology of the country. And about expansion plan, when we decided to expand our technology park, because at the first step it was 20 hectares, and it was not enough for many of the demands which we face from high-tech companies and startups. They want to come inside the park. Also, we start with some question. And it is the same model for all of the technopark which want to expand its plot of lands. First one is that, is there enough plot of land to expand the park? We established our technology park in an area which was expandable for us, and there were many plot of lands for us to expand our technology park. Another question is, do we have extra demands and customers? We should have market analysis to understand if we have enough kind of demands from high-tech companies. We think about the expansion of the park. If not, so our space is enough, and we shouldn't think about expansion of the park. Another question, another case is that we understand that we should develop our technology park phase by phase because of the financial resources and because of the heavy operational activities which need for the expansion of the technology park. And it was a really good strategy. We understand it after a while. We start with first phase, second phase, third phase, and like this. The first one was what are the attractiveness for investors to establish and invest inside the technology park. There are many facilities for investors in many free zones and many green fields to start their investments. But what are the attractiveness inside the park for them to establish there and to invest inside the park? This is the main point which we think about, and we provide some kind of facilities which Mohsen after me will talk about these incentives and facilities inside the park. This is the plan which you can see here about the expansion plan of the park. This is the first phase of the park. After that, we developed the second phase and third phase, fourth phase, and fifth phase of the park. And finally, it will develop up to 1,000 hectares from this side. So you can see here, there's kind of, I can say, very big complex here, which named as Paradise Technology Park, and it started from this area. This is the film from the third phase of the park, which started 2 years ago, and now some companies are establishing there. This was only the third phase of our technology park. As I mentioned, we have the plan to develop it to an innovation district. These are some of the goals which we plan to reach during 20 years in Paris Innovation District. You can see here some of the plans, some of the statistics which plan to reach to them. And this is also the area of this district, which I mentioned. It is about 1,000 hectares. And it will develop phase by phase and add to our technology park as well. As I mentioned, one of the main points about development of our technology park was about our economic and financial model of the park, because the government never provide all of the money we need to establish and develop this technology park. And for all of the park, there are many questions as well. One of them is that who is going to provide the plot of land? I want to ask you, in Pakistan, if you want to establish a park, who will provide the land? Is there any certain answer? Yes, you please. They give you the plot of land free without any charge? How much is price of the land? I mean, it is equal to other plots of the land in the city? I got it. Any other model in Pakistan? I think it's about the Pakistan situation, but in Iran, the providing the land is really an important point. So our main question was this: who will provide the land? Because when we start the project, we had to buy the land from the government and get the loan from the bank, and I think 4 or 5 years we had to turn it back to the bank. This was the case. Another question is how to finance the infrastructure and facilities. In some countries, government provide all of the infrastructure and facilities, but in some other cases, you have a very raw plot of land without any infrastructure. So the cost of infrastructure is really important for your project. So this question is really important for your project and our project as well. Who will provide the infrastructure? And mainly, in many cases, you should find investor for developing infrastructure in your technology park. Another question was that who should develop installation? We provide the money, and who should develop it? The government should develop the infrastructure, or we should find an operational team as the administration of the park, or we should develop kind of model like a BOT or BOT or other kind of, I can say, methods of executing the project. Another question is that how to return the costs. This is really important question for all of the technology park. In many technology parks, there are many costs. How we should return it. Is there any idea in NAST or other projects in Pakistan as well? You don't have the same case. Okay, I will explain about. And finally, is there any governmental budget? It is important also. If the government provide budget for you, the problem is solved and you will have enough money to do your project. If not, you should think about investor and many other models as well. Many of the projects in the world think about loans. I want to say loan is an opportunity or it's a threat. Because in some cases, it's very good opportunity, but in many cases, it's not good for your project. It's kind of treat because you can not pay it back to the bank or fund, and there will be many, many problems for your project. So we should think very good about this at the beginning point of the project. There are some kind of land owning policy for many technology parks, like as public-private partnership. Perhaps we can think about donate and endowment, like as WAP in some cases. We can have long-term rent for renting the plots of land to the companies to rent it from us, and also owning the land. All of these models are operational in many countries according to the situation of ownership of land in their country as well. And also, marketing to find new tenants is really important for our technology park. We establish the park, we provide infrastructure, we develop everything we need. We want to attract companies. If the demand is more than supply, so we should say, Alhamdulillah, there is no problem. We have a very good demand and we are okay to provide, to sell all of our plot of land to the companies. Our park will be full. There is no problem. There is queue of companies who want to come inside our technology park. But if the situation of vice versa, there are some problems and we should do some activities. For example, in this situation, advantages are very important for our technology park to attract companies inside the park. As I mentioned before, core competency of our technology park and the difference of our technology park is very important also. Discount policy can help us to attract more companies inside the park. And finally, flexible payment policy. These are the activities we can do to attract more companies inside our technology park as well. And also, we can think about annual charges. We can get annual charges from member companies to provide the cost of our technology park and provide better facilities for the companies inside the park. Okay. The situation inside our technology park, I mean Paradise Technology Park, is like this. As you can see here, more than 80% of total investment inside our technology park is done by private sector, and the government only provide some kind of infrastructure inside the park. And this is the important point, that the investment of private sector inside the park was a very good motor for developing faster than before, because if you want to stay and wait for governmental budget, I think never we can do this project during 20 years. It will take, I think, more than 100 years or more. Let me talk about some kind of figures of our technology park. We have more than about $4 billion investment inside the park, and more than $6.6 billion annual revenue of our member companies. Very good return for us. More than 261 square meter of R&D department and R&D centers inside the park established. About 7,300 employees are working in the companies inside the park. More than $170 million are R&D expenditures of the companies inside the park. And finally, you can see we have more than $240 million currency saving, because we had many products which imports from other countries to Iran. And after a while, many of our companies now are producing that products, and we are not allowed to import that product from abroad as well.
A general classification divides enterprises into two distinct categories. The first is labor-intensive enterprises, and the second is knowledge-intensive enterprises. I'm sure that you're familiar with the former, but the latter is primarily concerned with problem solving. research and development, creativity, and it heavily relies on intellectual skills. Where I'm standing right now is a hub for knowledge-intensive enterprises in Iran. Pardes Technology Park is home to more than 270 companies, including SMEs, small and medium-sized startups, and large companies. Some of them have already introduced valuable and essential products to the market, whereas the others are still in their burgeoning phases and are clawing their way up. And this place acts as an incubator for them. This tech park is one of the largest of its kind in the region, and was built in an effort to reduce the cost of importing knowledge and provide professional support for creativity and innovation. And I'm going to tell you this, the result has been phenomenal. In this week's feature program, we're going to learn more about Pardes Technology Park.
Pardes Technology Park is located in an area measuring almost 60 hectares, which is expandable to 1,000 hectares and is situated 20 kilometers northeast of Tehran. It's under the auspices of the Vice Presidency for Science and Technology and a 14-entity board of trustees comprising of corporate and real bodies from ministries, science centres and academies, headed by the first Vice President of the country. Its objectives are many-fold, but they are all directed towards the growth and development of the economy of Iran. It's set to commercialise the research results and establish sustainable ties between universities and industries, creating synergy between private and state sectors, just to name a few.
When a group of people come to each other and meet each other and make a team, so they need some ambient to help them to grow. At the same time, they need some mentors, some financial aids, and so many things. They need to be a kind of environment to help them to grow. That's why this building and this park is also called a kind of growing system, growing ecosystem for them.
PTP is considered the most pioneering and advanced and largest technology park in Iran, and it's well distinguished by many reputed foreign and domestic organizations. The technology park has great potentials to turn into a major center for economic, research and scientific activities. It also meets the requirements for linking to actual and potential global markets, and its wide-ranging activities have so far been successful.
This park is not limited to knowledge-intensive companies, but also houses and assists technology companies by definition. As you can see, there are different buildings here, and in order to construct new buildings, some certain standards have to be met. There's a board of architectural design that observes and makes sure that each building has unique and creative architectural elements. This is done to make the park visually attractive. Different events are held annually at this place, during which new ideas that are worthy of being marketed, new findings of the research done by the companies that are based in this place, and also new products are presented.
Over the past months, with the upsurge in the number of infections and fatalities caused by the coronavirus, PTP has found a new agenda, combating and containing COVID-19, and according to the head of the Pardes Science and Technology Park, it has actually been very active on this new front by utilizing scientists' capabilities from all over the world.
We are manufacturing the anesthesia machine with ventilator, which has been created after 7 years of R&D in our company, and it's about 2 years we have provided this unit to the medical centers. Actually, this unit used to be imported from abroad, and by having our production in the medical centers, the hospitals, of course, we are fully providing this product and no need to import anymore.
I, for one, was amazed to learn how wide the scale of scientific and technological achievements of the park have been so far, and couldn't help but take pride in Iran's technological prowess. Let's meet another pioneer.
Yeah, this is called the knowledge-based company because we created a company called STPs, which is a pioneer in probiotic industry in Iran. We make the initial effort around 20 years back. In the University of Tehran, we established an R&D based facility there, And after 5 years, we managed to establish a company and started to produce supplements, probiotic supplements, which were very new at that time.
Companies and their research and development centers should subscribe to one of the areas specified and supported by the park. These include, but are not limited to, telecommunication, biotechnology, nanotechnology, pharmaceutical materials, and more. Last year, according to reports, this park exported 50 of its products to 22 countries, and its export value amounted to 27 million euros. And so Pardis Technology Park proved itself as an important asset to the country's economic apparatus to help it fight the deleterious effects of draconian sanctions imposed on Iran.
PTP has its own rather unique way to acknowledge the contribution of international scientists who at some point have added something to the park, and that is sculpting their busts. These sculptures, which are spread across the park, give it a museum-like touch, and of course for visitors it's both informative and entertaining. PTP appears to have been an interesting technology hub for people outside of Iran too. Many ambassadors, politicians, ministers and scientific figures have visited PTP so far.
What you saw in this report was only a small part of the first phase of this large complex, which is called Innovation Paradise. There are going to be some other parts added to this large complex. The second phase is called Health Paradise, and the third phase is called Entrepreneurship Paradise. According to the expansion plan of the park, the complex will eventually measure up to 1,000 hectares, and that will make it the most important technology zone in West Asia. The contribution of these hubs to the overall economic growth of the country is an indicative of their importance in identifying and presenting the country's technological capabilities, and of course, in accelerating its growth. And maybe this large plane over there is a symbol of that. I've been Omid Roshanda, and I will see you next time.
This was all I want to talk about, and Mohsen will continue with talking about benefits and services of our technology park. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I think this slide is very important, so please pay attention more to this. I speak about incentives and facilities in Pardis Technology Park. As you can see in the first slide, it's about flexible labor regulation. The first legal incentive is regarding labor laws. The companies located in Science and Technology Park are subject to their own labor laws and don't follow the general labor laws of the country. So the law of working in Science and Technology Park is in accordance with the laws of economic free zones in Iran. It's very important. And this option is attractive for companies. The second is a tax exemption for 20 years. As I mentioned yesterday, high-tech company located in Tech Park, in Pardis Technology Park, exempted from tax for 20 years in the field of income tax, personal contracts, and so on. And the third is better access to public tenders. Companies that have B2G products and their main customers are governments and governmental organization usually get projects through tenders. Due to the establishment in this Science and Technology Park, they can have more points than the competitors in the technical score section of the tenders. And it's very attractive for these companies. And the other one is a flexible rule for foreign investment. There are flexible rules for the establishment of foreign companies in Paradise Technology Park, which allows them to have full ownership of their company, and their employees are all foreigners. It should be duty exemption. It was wrong in the slide. Duty exemption for importing machinery and equipment. These companies have duty exemption for importing machinery and equipment, and also pharmaceutical companies in Paradise Technology Park are exempted from custom duties for the import of raw materials in Iran. Okay, now you can see in this slide all business facilitation services in Paradise Technology Park. As you can see, from branding, advertising, and marketing and sales, up to educational and study and research, commercial and custom affairs, legal and intellectual property, and something such as technology evaluation, laboratory, and so on. These are services are available for high-tech companies in Paradise Technology Park. But because the limitation of the time, I mention only some of these facilities. As I mentioned yesterday, I think we have a fund in Paradise Technology Park, which is called High Tech Development Fund, HTDF, that was established about 15 years ago. Its main purpose is to provide financial services and investment to the companies located in Paradise Technology Park. This fund has special services for startups and special services for large companies. As you can see, high-tech HTDF, High-Tech Development Fund, provides some services in the topic of fundraising. As you can see, more than $10 million in a year, a warranty, more than $70 million, facilities to companies, more than $60 million, and more than 800 sponsorships, and more than 200 meetings with different investors, and within the framework of support regulations, it has some different services to companies. As you know, for this purpose, we suggest different, one of the most important services that companies need in market access services and facilitation to penetrate new markets, Therefore, one of our most important support topics is dedicated to this topic. It's marketing. For this purpose, we suggest different marketing methods based on the type of product market, which is B2C or B2B or B2G products, as you know. In this slide, you can see the type of these events, which is named roadshow events. For example, for B2B products, we have the roadshow event, which introduce products to investors, business owners, and is held 3 or 4 times in a year, especially in a specialized area. And the second is the tech hall. It means one of the good ways to sell B2C products is to create a permanent or temporary exhibition as a tech hall inside of the exhibition or in the city center to public access. Another one is about site and app shopping, using virtual space and internet platforms to sell products is a good solution that, e-visits, and getting information via integrated platform, enjoying virtual and valid marketplace, installment, selling and leasing, powerful and prestigious branding for all PTP products. Okay, about the B2G products, as I mentioned, facilitate to participate in tenders, synergy and collaboration facilitation, and increase credit of the members is our services for companies who have some B2G products. Okay, about advertisement and branding, Mr. Amin, explain.
Okay. We continue to the Mohsen talks about professional services of the park. One of the main part of these services is advertising and branding for the companies inside the park. And park brand in most of the time is working as an umbrella for the companies, and they use the park brand as a what kind of certificate for the products as well. In some cases, the companies has joint branding. In many cases, they have joint branding in many products, and also joint branding with the brand of Paradis Technology Park as well. And they have access to media and broadcast by cooperation of the park. They have good access to introduce their product in the national television, radio, and also news agencies as well. We start a project which call it Made in PTP, and all of the product inside the park which can pass the evaluation process can get this brand, and this can be kind of guarantee and insurance for the product as well. And all of the product inside the park which get this brand can have a logo of Made in PTP on their product, and the customer can consist on the product as well. Another services is export promotion services inside the park. One main point is that how international network of the park can help its members. For example, now I am traveling to Pakistan. I am negotiating with many of bodies in Pakistan about the situation of our technology park. One of the main gain of this product is that I can connect many of the companies inside the park with the companies from Pakistan by the institute from Pakistan. So it will be help them, and they can use this network as well. But we provide an export promotion package inside the park, and we provide kind of services like as participating in international exhibition for the companies by low rates and many kind of discounts as well. And we have many export brokers who can help companies to export their products to other countries as well. I talked about Made in PTP. This is one of the main points for them to easily export their product to other countries. And they can use promotional advertising services in this package. And finally, they have good discount about custom and tariff exemption inside the country as well.
Thank you, Mr. Amin. Okay, let's go. Another service is about human resources and absorb professional person for companies. And another one of our services to companies is providing them with specialized human resource. This is done in the form of holding entrepreneurship boot camps or specialized employment events. Over the past year, a large number of park companies have been able to attract their experts and professional persons using these events and its virtual platforms. As you can see, providing services to students, graduates, high-tech companies, and PTP members, companies, and incubators about these topics. This platform, which is called SADAF member companies, as you can see, more than 300 companies. SADAF members, more than 4,000 people, created job opportunity, more than 300 jobs in a year. and intake company more than 600 people. Okay, as you can see, there are some events during 2018 up to 2021, and at the first round, more than 500 people are attended in this event, and it's in the second round more than 1,000 people, and in 2021 more than 2,500 people are attended in our events about absorbing professional personnel. These events usually with collaborating with our universities in Iran, as you can see all of the brands under this slide. Okay, now I want to talk about D8T10. This means D8 Technology Transfer and Exchange Network. As I mentioned yesterday, the technology transfer and exchange network of DS member countries has been established for the last 7 years at the suggestion of Iran to the D8 organization. And its technology exchange branch was established in Iran, and its secretariat is located in Paris Technology Park. One of the events of this network is the event of investments and absorbing invests and funds to the Iranian startups, which is called TIM, Team Technology Investment Meeting, that all investors from different countries can participate in. This network including countries like Iran, Pakistan, Nigeria, Turkey, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and Egypt. As I told, Team Technology Investment Meeting, you can see the subject of this event. It has technology cooperations, networking, market development, and technology transfer and high-tech products exchange between DS member countries. Now, together, okay, and the last topic I speak about is Innotech's Innovation and Technology Exhibition. Innotech is the premier regional events for professionals engaged in technology and innovation. Leading governmental organizations of Iran are partners behind Innotech, such as Vice Presidency of Science and Technology in Iran and Center for Progress and Development of Iran. This is the biggest and the stronger events of Iran in the technological ecosystem of the country, and is held annually by the Paris Technology Park, and has grown well in recent years and has been welcomed by other countries as well. And together, see a film about this. And you can see exhibitors are technology companies, startups, technology parks, venture capitals, accelerators, mentors, and business angels, and some so on are attended in this annually exhibition. Okay, thank you all. Is any question? No question? Yes, please. Yeah. Please.
Assalamu alaikum ji. My name is Abu Bakr. My question is, let's suppose we note a particular product from your portal and want to import it in Pakistan. What is the procedure for that, and what benefits of being you today at this forum that we can gain?
About the export from Iran to other countries like as Pakistan, there's kind of tax exemption for all of the companies. They are free to pay any kind of tariff and custom tax, and also they can use our brokers to use their facility to export easier, and also they can find these kind of services. Another case is that if they need some kind of grants and loans for their export, they can get it from the fund inside the park according to their needs and according to their project as well. Okay. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Amin Raza had told about the vision about PTP for the development and leading to the innovation district. My question is, what kind of the role model in the world you have in your mind to follow a further benchmark? So far, is there some good example in the world for the innovation district? We have come to know about the idea of the business district. For example, China is almost in every province. If you go there are business districts there. So this idea from the Europe side is effective, or how you can get some good ideas from the world to develop and for the modern business district in PTP? Thank you. Oh, sorry, innovation district in the PTP.
Because after we establish the technology park, we understand the needs of the companies not at the same time. We understand it during the time. For example, we establish many kind of general services in the park for the people who are working there. After a while, we understand that it is not enough to provide a plan for establishing only high-tech companies inside the park. We need a district to have, for example, some kind of residential area inside, some kind of industrial areas inside, not only R&D sectors of the companies. And in the district, like as many districts, for example, in China or in some other countries, we can find, it is like a city. It is exactly like a city. You can find all of the facilities of the city there. There's, for example, now inside the park, we don't have residential area. People should go outside of the area, outside of the park for their house. But inside the district, we will have residential area. We will have industrial area as well inside the district as well. And so this is kind of the need which we understand after a while, that according to the demands of the high-tech companies to coming inside the park, it is necessary to develop park according to this model. So if you want to know more about the model of this district, I can send you some information via email, for example. These are some studies which we did about the districts all over the world. What do they do, and what are the facilities and abilities they provide for the members inside the district as well. But this was a very short brief about the district, because it is our future plan. We recently start this plan to convert the park to the district. For example, one of the best practice all over the world is the Korea. In Korea, you can find Daeduk Techno Park, and it's converted 8 years ago to Daeduk Innopolis, and now it is a big district, as I mentioned. And I can send you more information about it.
Thank you so much. It was a nice presentation. Regarding, we are also in Peshawar, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We are planning to develop a food and agriculture park. Especially the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is very good in honey production, and the ex-prime minister, he started billion honey tree, and we also importing some of the honeys from Iran. But we have some kind of we were in collaboration with some of the companies, and I have visited Iran 2 times. But one of the problem that mainly we have with the permits, like if I get the services of Irani entrepreneurship or any company, I will pay through credit card, or so that is not working. So how you will solve this if somebody is interacting with them and they are taking their services? The permit method is usually, that is a very difficult and very challenging, especially when it comes to. So then we sorted out that was coming through Afghanistan and Torkham border. So is there any direct way that we can take the services and they should come direct? Is it possible, or you people are working with the payment methods that you get the services of any expert in Iran, and they send the products to you and you can then sell that? So is this possible?
We don't have any kind of same experience yet. But I think it is possible, but we should think about the method, how we can do it.
Yes, let's suppose I'm going to hire an a service company from Iran. And if I'm getting to from here, definitely I will pay through any online transaction. And that is already, I have been there and my credit card was not working there, and they all did by the manual methods. So you cannot send the money through the banking system. That is the main hurdle if you are getting the services of any company. So how you will solve that?
Many of the companies in Iran are working, and they're facing with problem caused by sanctions.
Yes, that's.
And the main problem is transaction, monetary transaction, something like this. But most of the companies solved it. For example, in many cases, they have many branches in other countries, and they do with their business, their monetary transaction with their offices in other countries as well, but the same name, or perhaps different name. But it is nice to know that all of the companies in the park who have export to other countries now are doing their business, and they try to solve their problem, but by many fields. So if you want to work with Iran, we can find a way for you. It is a special way, but as you may know, now the negotiation is at the end point, and they are going to sign another JCPOA between Iran and 5+1. And when they sign it, we think it will totally solve, inshallah.
Thank you so much. I just need some queries regarding this is from my friends here in Pakistan, and if somebody is working in from you people as well. We are talking about too much about the China-Pakistan economic corridor, CPEC, and I don't know whether the Iran has just entered or not. They are in the pipeline, but I think so. There is some negotiation going on that one too. This BRI road initiative, but we also know that the China has a very good infrastructure in terms of the mediums, organized, small and medium, and the small businesses and the manufacturing sector they have. What do you think when we have this CPEC develop and the business is going on, still we will be finding any spaces for our new businesses, or that will automatically goes to the death valley?
I think forever we will find it, because most of the time you can find very good new ideas we can convert to the business. Now we have many companies inside our technology park, many samples of them, which start from an idea and now they are big businesses, and they think at the first step about national market, but now they are working internationally. China has good infrastructure. China is growing very fast, but it is not the total of the world, because many of the companies, many of the bodies in many countries now are working with each other without presence of China. I know that in near future, China will be the first economic power of the world, and China perhaps will buy many big companies, many big, I think, also startups in the world. But now there are many companies and many new businesses are emerging, especially in our country as well, and they are working very successful. They have good achievements, and we hope that our country will grow like as what China did. What? Perhaps maybe some impact, but not serious. I don't know, it will be serious challenges. Maybe some challenges, but not serious. Yeah, you know, for example, our government signed an MOU and a long-term contract with China. It is 25 years contract. And in this contract, part of this contract is establishing a joint technopark as well. Chinese perhaps invest in the development phase of our technology park. We will do the mutual activities, and it will have good impact. In some cases, in the competition in the market, perhaps they have bad impact, but I think we are going to do what we did. Not all of them. Not all of them. Most of them maybe, but not all of them. You can find products which are not China now don't produce them perhaps. In our market, we have many samples of these products.
Thank you very much, Amin Reza, for your very good presentation. There are a few things.
One thing is related to my friend's question. I think in order to dissolve the effect of dominant economies, there is a need for innovation in developing countries, and what the science parks can do. I think we should work on that. Secondly, Pakistan and Iran should make some bilateral arrangements of payments and exchange, or a kind of barter trade, as another friend talked about. Right now, I think there are many hurdles in making some bilateral arrangements between Pakistan and Iran, but Pakistani universities, science parks, and Irani universities and science parks should make it possible. And the third thing is related to your strategy. I have seen that slide, and there are a few points which don't make you different from others. And I think there is a need to focus on creating a difference. And if you think you are doing something different, I would request to explain that, because as Michael Porter says, in order to compete in this world, we need to be different, or performing the same activities in a different way. So your mission and vision and later on the 4 points in the strategy don't reflect that difference and a kind of core competence which can accelerate innovation in Iran. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, if we want to talk about comprehensive aspects of our activities, perhaps we should need to have about 1 week workshop to talk about all of the aspects of our activity. I and Mohsen and Mahdi had many meetings before this travel, how to talk about our activities, which include all of the aspects, and we don't ignore any part of them. But unfortunately, the activities are more. For example, if I want to talk about the total financial model of development of our technology park, perhaps I should talk from morning to the afternoon of 1 day. But I try to compress it in, for example, 6 or 7 slides. As I mentioned, it's only the first step of introducing our activities. And for example, we are trying to develop the activities with the same centers in Pakistan, and we will share more experience and information with them. For example, we had negotiation with PCSIR, and now we are trying to transfer more data between 2 bodies, and we are going to establish this collaboration with the NUST and STP as well. But about the case which you mentioned, I think one of the main problem is that what you mentioned is the lackage of information between Iran and Pakistan. And unfortunately, in many, for example, the night before last night, I went to a shopping mall, and I found only 1 Iranian product in the mall as well. In Iran, vice versa, only people know about Pakistani mango, nothing more. But there are many potentials to work to each other, especially in this field, in science and technology. And we are trying to breaking the ice and start this kind of collaboration between 2 countries, inshallah.
Okay. Yes.
The last one.
The last one.
Yes, I know. At that part, the situation is good. Inshallah, next time we come to Pakistan, we will find the same market in Islamabad. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so the lunch break is still 2:30. So we'll just move for lunch now. We'll be back here at 2:30. Okay, we'll start the final session of the workshop. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Riazuddin, Associate Professor, ICCBS University of Karachi, to present us the ICCBS Technology Park and Incubation Center.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon all. I hope you guys are really getting benefit of this 2 days workshop regarding managing technology parks around the country as well as from neighboring country Iran. So today I'm here to present you in front of you guys regarding our case of Technology Park and Incubation Center at the University of Karachi, where I have been working as an associate professor since 2019. And I've been given a faculty in charge of Technology Incubation Center, which is functioning since 2017. And since then, what we have been through and what we have observed and what are we doing actually. So I will share everything today. And which I start with giving you some introduction regarding ICCBS, because it's not a university. As NUST is a university that yesterday they were presenting about it. And it's not solely the incubation center. It's basically a research institute. And we have in our center space, allocated space, which is designated as a research park or technology park. So if I give you a brief introduction about the center, it is the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences. And as the name suggested, this center is famous for chemical and biological research. And so that's why our aim is basically to bring new entrepreneurship in the area of chemical and biological sciences. In addition to what technology enabled startups also can be incubated in the same center. But our aim is to bring new ideas in the area of chemical and biological sciences so that we can serve our community in terms of industry-based solutions regarding cheap materials and the pharmaceutical research and other chemical research kind of thing. So if I give you, like, as I said earlier, it's a center of it's a research center. It was started in 1964, 1966, you know. It was founded by late Salimuzzaman Siddiqui Sahab, who was a famous renowned chemist. And later on, it is being taken over by our patron-in-chief, Professor Dr. Tariman, who has served the center for 20 years as a director. And then later on, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, who is current director of our center. And in 2017, actually, there are lots of sections have been introduced over the years. And in 2017, it was the Technology Center, which was actually established with the help of funding from Higher Education Commission. And since then, it is functioning. And if I move further, so these are a few people. These are the big names in terms of those people who actually initiated this center. As I mentioned, Professor Dr. Salimuzzaman Siddiqui is a founder, and Dr. Tariman is our patron now, but he was a director for about 20 years, and some philanthropists who actually provided us some funding in terms of setting up the infrastructure for the research purpose. This is the best example of, I would say, public-private partnerships. So Mr. Latif Jamal Sahab and Ms. Nadra Panjwani, and as our Iranian guest know her already because she's from Iran, by the way. And her father, Mahmoud Hussain Panjwani, he was born and raised in Iran, Tehran actually. And our current director, Professor Iqbal Chaudhry. So beginning with the introduction about the center, and as I mentioned, it is built in 2017. We have, this is first building it is planned to have about 5 technology parks in the same ICCBS center initially. And we were approved for that. So we have a kind of a pentagon center of the building around it. And ICCBS is a big campus. It's a big center and the area is quite big. So inside it, we have 5 approved technology parks, technology incubation center. So the first one built up in 2017 is the picture of this one. And if I move to the second one, just behind it, this one. This is the second one, and the third one will be here. And the fourth one is the another side, and the fifth one should be around in the back. So it will be having like 5 centers altogether, technology incubation center, and it's a big space, I would say. We have 2 big buildings now. I will share the area just after this slide. So these 2 buildings are now functional, and they have a big area available for companies to be taken up, and the startup ideas can accommodate here. And we provide facilities to nurture their ideas and then moving on further. So this is the infrastructure available. This is the front of the first building and the front of the second building. So what is the vision and the mission of the center, of the incubation center, is actually to support and promote an entrepreneurial culture that leads to the growth oriented technology ventures, which play a significant role in the long-term vitality of and diversity in Pakistan overall economy. So this was our vision actually. And in order to do such thing, we need to nurture our new startups and new ideas. And Karachi is, industry hub. So why not we can attract some industry to come up and then create their center of R&D in our center. That would be a big catch, I would say. And similarly, we have a mission, which is to provide a common platform for growth-oriented technology entrepreneurs, which not limited to only ICT. It all include the lab-based incubation also. This is a unique feature which we actually cover in our incubation center. So to access resources, mentorship, and space to start and grow their ventures, and to graduate from incubation space into a commercial space in the Pakistan industry. Some features I would like to say here. The ICCBS Technology Park is basically provide excellent facilities to startups, young entrepreneurs, and research and development units of already established by industries. Because as I mentioned, Karachi is a big industry sector, so why not attract them? And we have about over 50,000 square feet space dedicated for this innovative ideas inside ICCBS campus. So ICCBS is bigger than that, So you can, if anyone has visited already, so they know like how many research buildings are there already. So it is, in my humble understanding, it is the biggest area available for the incubation center in the country right now. And business startup ventures from different sectors have their presence at ICCBS Technology Park. Most notable are definitely from ICT, Internet of Things, textiles, pharmaceutical, and allied industries. Some food technologies are also there, and biotechnology-based companies are also there. And chemical technologies is a big thing for our center because we are a chemical center. And some other key social, business, and scientific sectors of the economy are also having their existence here. And what is a unique feature, and what is the catching point which we actually market in our when we market our incubation centers? Basically, this accessibility towards the big universities around the campus. Like Karachi University itself is a big university. About 45,000 students come this university daily. So you can imagine like the youth engagement can be easily done through, if you are sitting inside the campus. And which is very close by. We have NED University, which is next to University of Karachi, like walking distance. So you can imagine like about 30 to 40,000 students are also around in addition to 45,000 University of Karachi students are close by. And if you go like 2 or 3 kilometers away, you will find Dow University, Dow Medical University. It's the biggest university in Karachi for medical sciences. Again, you will have like 50,000 students are in there because they have opened many disciplines. And if you go like 4 to 5 kilometers away, and you will find Surrey University, which is very next to it. And next to State University, we have a Federal Urdu University. They are like this area is very close by to all universities campuses. So that's a big catching point for the industries to come and then have their presence here and then get those youth involved in their projects and then use their human resources, you know. So we have attracted many technology-based companies for that purpose, by the way, because they are attracted to that. And by the way, one more thing is that NED University is hosting the NIC of Karachi center, actually. So as in the morning, NIC was presented by their head, and they mentioned like every province has NIC, you know. So in Karachi, the NIC is hosted by NED University, which is next to our center. And the other thing, the catching point or marketing point of this center is basically our center, ICCBS, which is well equipped by the chemical and biological research. You know, we have very sophisticated chemical and biological research equipments, which are running, properly running, functioning, and we have our own power generation source, so that we do not have any problem with the electricity shortages or anything. So our center is having so much of facilities for any chemical and agriculture and maybe textile industry for having their research done in our center using our equipments, and then get their products to the next level. This is one of the more important feature in this center, and that's why we always you know, advocate about the lab-based incubations. We have fully furnished labs in our incubation centers for it can be rented out, can be taken as a tenant, or if the startup is very new and in the beginning phase, we can give them on a free without any fee, actually. Okay, so again, normally we always remain open for our incubation call, and we advertise newspapers. Also, we have in our website, like we have many cycles of the cohort applications. So in which we are, again, I would say we are a little bit biased towards the lab-based incubation. So whenever, most of the time we get like 90% applications are based on ICT, you know. So because it's a big thing around us, and it's a very many people are working in this area. So we get so many of ICT applications, but whenever we get some lab-based incubation, we are a little bit biased towards that. So we get them more priority. What kind of services and facilities are available in our center is we provide furnished office spaces and meeting and conference halls. I will show some more pictures regarding our center, conference halls and other things, so that you will better understand. And we also have short-term accommodation and guest rooms. And as I mentioned, we have our own power generation. So at some point of time, sometime Karachi, whole city of Karachi never don't have electricity, but our campus is actually having it because we are producing our own electricity. So we are irrespective of KE. And we have high-speed internet available for our incubation center, and mentoring and training facility through industry experts. I will show around some sessions after this slide. And access to banking, legal, and accounting services from our advisory panel. We have one legal advisor in our advisory of this center, so who provides many things, you know, regarding the legal advices for the startups registration and other things. And we also have SECP representative who actually provide and mentor the new startups to get their idea registered into security exchange company. And we provide them the address and the postcode so that they can work on their business idea and make them their office. And opportunities to liaison with the leading local and foreign investors. Parking area is a big parking area we have. And flexible timing, although we are not open for 24 hours, but still we have flexible timing. So we have quite flexible timing up to night, you know, from the morning till night, so that some people may have their businesses out of the country where time zone is different, so they can still work in there. And telephone lines are there. Training courses and workshops are being conducted regularly. and networking opportunities, providing some new investment opportunities also. And we have also the break room with the kitchen facilities for prayers and other things. We have signed many MOUs and collaborations with these big names in the ecosystem. So what is our advisory and management actually? So how we work? So one thing which I found again unique in here in our center is basically many of the incubation center I found, particularly in Karachi, I would say, I talked to many incubation center there. They do not have the advisory actually, and they are running by their management team. So, but we have our external advisory who actually meets every quarter, and then they advise how to proceed. And who are those actually? I will show next slide. But before that, our top leadership is basically Professor Dr. Atar Rahman and Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry. These two actually provide us the leadership of not only the center but also the incubation center. So they provide their ideas. They actually linking up with our industry partners because they have so many linkages around the world, and so the ideas come from him and pass through the middle management, which is actually me as a faculty and the other management team, and goes into the advisory. And the advisory is basically consisting of these people who actually are not the part of the center. They are just the advisory, and they have their own different domains of expertise. For example, the convener of this advisory is basically Humayun Bashir Sahab, who is actually ex-CEO of IBM and chairman and CPI. So he has lots of like decades of experience in the industry. So he provides very good advices. And other people also who actually once, as I mentioned, they meet once in quarter and then give the make the timeline and the future goals for this center. And the management team is consisting of the faculty in charge, manager, assistant manager, and the staff for the daily works. So how many technological or lab-based incubations have been done or right now? They are about, we crossed 50 plus startups right now sitting there, and they are running in different stages of their companies. And we also have a co-working space model in which we allow accelerators and some established companies to come and then become a tenant in our center and share the cost of the utilities and other things. So we have about 15 co-working companies are working with us, and 2 R&D units. One from is Himani, and Himani is a herbal medicine and a cosmetic chemical company. It has a big business in Middle East as well as in the Central Asia, and they have their head office in Karachi, and they have made their R&D lab in our center as a lab-based incubation for improving their products, particularly in the area of cosmetics. And the other one is a Searle pharmaceutical company who actually has established our in our incubation center another R&D unit, which is more bigger than the Himani, and they are working for establishing their drug trials and using our facilities for the research purpose. And some incubated startups are mentioned here, which are many actually. Some of them are graduated. For example, this bionics.org, and if you may know it because they are very popular. They have been around in the country, and they are providing the facility of amputate, the person who got injury and then lost their limbs and others. So they provide the synthetic artificial limbs, and they have been graduated from our center, and some other companies also. This Advon is one of the pioneer in the field of robotics education. So they are graduated from our center also. And some other companies are also there working with us. SparkZyme is basically trying to bring those enzymes which you buy for the synthetic industries. So and textile industries also, and some contamination removal industry also. So they're trying to build this. It's a biotechnology based company actually. So some other were also there. So with that, I would like to play this video here. So this is one of the company which is working in agriculture sector, and what they say about their idea, their experience. You can just click on it.
हम एग्रोजन कॉरपोरेशन के नाम से ICCBS का एक स्टार्टअप हैं और यहाँ पर हम कुछ इनोवेटिव क्रॉप न्यूट्रिएंट्स पर काम कर रहे हैं.
He is sitting right now in incubation center where his lab is well equipped with all things. So this is the idea, like
यानी कुछ नए किस्म के फर्टिलाइजर डेवलप कर रहे हैं. आजकल सारी दुनिया में क्राइसिस है फर्टिलाइजर्स का. जो मेजर फर्टिलाइजर्स हैं, 2 यूरिया और DAP, दोनों की प्राइसेस बहुत ज़्यादा हाई हो गई हैं और प्राइस मुसलसल बढ़ रही हैं. और इसके अलावा अवेलेबिलिटी का भी प्रॉब्लम है कि टाइम पर फार्मर्स को जो उनके रिक्वायर्ड फर्टिलाइज़र प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो अवेलेबल नहीं हो पाते. तो हम उनके कुछ ऑल्टरनेटिव्स डेवलप करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स में, प्लस केमिकल और बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स के कंबाइंड प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप कर रहे हैं जो उन फर्टिलाइजर्स को रिप्लेस कर सकें, जिसकी आजकल शॉर्टेज है और जो किसान को हर सूरत में दरकार होते हैं अपनी तमाम फसलों में अप्लाई करने के लिए. तो हम इस तरह से और भी कुछ मुख्तलिफ क्रॉप न्यूट्रिएंट्स हैं जो माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स कहलाते हैं, उनके भी यहाँ R&D का काम कर रहे हैं. और यहाँ पर हमें हर तरह की फैसिलिटीज़ प्रोवाइड की जाती हैं. लैब फैसिलिटी है बुनियादी तौर पर जो हमको यहाँ मुहैया की गई है. इसके अलावा एक स्टार्टअप कंपनी के लिए जो भी रिक्वायर्ड यानी ज़रूरियात हैं वो यहाँ मुहैया की जाती है. और हम चाहेंगे कि और भी अच्छे आइडियाज़ के साथ इस फील्ड में एग्रोकेमिकल्स में लोग जो आना चाहते हैं तो यहाँ पर आएँ. और ये एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है जो हर तरह की सहूलियात मुहैया करता है स्टार्टअप कंपनीज़ के लिए.
So further, some events where our representatives have gone and then win some prizes. For example, the QIFI, they have won some prizes there and trying to build their startup and raising the money and the funds. We actually mentor them to participate in such kind of activities. And some other companies, this is a Novus Altier is basically a co-working space model. And they are actually e-commerce based company. And Akdar is another social technology entrepreneurship. And some other examples of participating. I'll talk about this AIB startup later on in the next slide. And what kind of mentorship we provide them? We give them opportunity to interact with the industrial leaders and the communication masters so that they can get more ideas of how to market their products. And such kind of events regularly being happened using our industrial contacts. And some more mentoring sessions. During the COVID, we were also online, so we provided online and hybrid sessions also. And many kind of things are happening. Just last year, we have done a big event for which I'm sorry, I do not have the picture available for that event, but that was happened. That was actually organized by Comstech and ICCBS all together, and where we actually showcase the technology-enabled healthcare products, which be being made by not only with our center but also other centers also. So this kind of competitions are always open. And the pitching day, judges are sitting there and again judging their ideas and more interactions. And these are the insight of the labs. And some pictures of the visit. This is one of the lab for the lab-based incubation, and our seminar room for that. And again, as I mentioned, they have established their R&D units in ourselves. So as I mentioned earlier, we have co-working space model where actually when a company got graduated, we asked them either they want to continue with us or they want to move out. So if they want to move out, it's fine, they can go. And if they want to still working with us, then they have to share the cost. So that is a co-working space model. And before that, we support them using only without taking any fees or whatever. So this is the second building, and these are some of the co-working space offices and the conference rooms and other facilities. Okay, so most recently we have been focused more on the because of the a project we have won from ministry regarding usage of AI and IoT and other kind of tools for the healthcare solutions. So we have opened or asked for specifically for those incubation, those startups who actually work in the area of technology and bringing healthcare solutions. Through that, we got at least a few of them, and one of them is basically the startup called Parvaz, and they are making their drone for the purpose of delivering first aid quickly, as much quickly possible. Because if you got God forbid, if you got some kind of accident at the area where you do not have medical care facility, so in order to reach the ambulance, it takes time. Why not? The idea of these guys is basically to send the drone first with all equipped medical care in it, with a camera on. Once it reaches to the site where the accident happened, it will on the camera, and the remotely doctor will access it and then start helping as a first aid. And then during the meantime, actually the ambulance will reach, and then the real care will be started. So it's a kind of thing they are working on. And similarly, one of the other in this area of healthcare startup is basically Soft Source. And they have built up a chatbot basically, and they have launched it already. They are marketing it, and they have got clients for that. So which is health bot. They named it as a health bot. It's the web link is also given there. So they are not only providing this chatbot facility, but also some other pharmacy and the blood bank facility also. And you see, it's the same technology, healthcare-based incubation. We have just recently signed an MOU with a company, established company called NG Tech Services Private Limited in Karachi. What they are trying to do, and they already have done actually, they claim like they have made a hospital which is without any building. And this is the hospital which is like an application-based hospital. And during the COVID, they have done like I would say like different, very different work. They most of the time when patients were having so much scare regarding the isolation and going to the hospital, and the hospital taking the patient and getting them in the isolation, the hospital, and it cost first of all it cost a lot. The second is that like it is giving so much psychological pressure because you are outside your family. So they have provided they have made whole isolation unit inside the house, as well as they are claiming like if you need a ICU facility in your home, they can make a room in a way so that it becomes an ICU in your home. So this kind of thing they are doing, and they are also coming into the area of machine learning diagnostic tools. So that's why we have recently signed an MOU with them, and we are working. Our team is working with them to bring new kind of technology-based healthcare solutions. So just 2 weeks back, we have the big event called ITC and Asia in Karachi. So where we have presented with our incubation center, many other incubated companies also were there. It's a big platform, and many across the Pakistan people come here and then got to know about our incubation center, and we got so many good contacts from there. So this is our incubation cycle, and we openly announce, as I mentioned, through newspaper and other social media platform, we announce our cohort application, and we get applications, and then our advisee judge those applications, shortlist them, and then call them for a pitch day. And people come and then present their ideas, being judged by our advisee again. And after successfully defending their ideas, they get incubated for 6 months as like a base time for giving them to nurture their idea and mentor them during that phase. So this is the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 during the 6 months time. And we expect them to at least mature their idea up to that level, so that we can say after 6 months we see some progress, and that again judged by the advisory, and then we allow them for next 6 months depending on the progress. And after 1 year, complete 1 year, we ask them to show some product, and if they are able to show something or not, then they, based on the advisory judgment, we ask them either to graduate or disincubate or continue with sharing a little bit of cost regarding associated with their incubated space. So this kind of model we are working on because of the sustainability model only. Otherwise, we do not charge anything. So these are the facilities we have on campus. We have our guest house facilities. So if there is any established company who is actually sitting with us and they want to use our guest house facility for their guests from outside country, they can use it on subsidized rate. And we have very good infrastructure in terms of that. You can see the pictures. And the inside the guest house, you can see like the big, it's a 60 rooms, a kind of mini hotel with the facilities available. We have similar guest house. We have about 3 similar guest house with 60 rooms capacity. So it's a big thing. And inside the rooms, we have different kind of rooms facilities for, we have meeting areas also in the rooms. We have very big hall for the catering purposes. For example, if someone wants to, as a company, they want to showcase their product, they want to launch a product and want to use our halls and marketing facilities, so they also get this on subsidized rate. And through that, this hall can easily accommodate about 700 people inside it with the eating facility, and you can also have the stalls for their products also. And we also have research-based facility dedicated solely for the digital resources, which is called National Science Information Center. We have for the research purpose, you can go there and then use it has many subscribed journals and the catalogs, which are otherwise not accessible by the other network. And the physical libraries, and we also have a video conferencing room, which was inaugurated long back, but it is still in a very efficient manner, and we can connect with the rest of the Pakistani university. And during the COVID, actually, we have been using it for around the world for many people, like we were doing this. And we have video lecture facility, as I mentioned, and we have a big auditorium also for the events to be conducted by the companies. So this auditorium can accommodate easily about 700 people, sitting capacity. And we also have, many mothers working with us during their daytime, and we have children daycare center inside the campus. So the ladies or maybe some male faculty members also have the kids to get them there. And for the rest of the day, they can easily work and kids are playing around. And we also have recreational facilities and we have big football ground because we have so many international people coming up. Although football is not as favorite in Pakistan, but still because many international people are coming to us, that's why we need to provide them their favorite game. So we have a small gym, I would say, not the big one, but at least for the facilities of staff and other students also. And we also have a tennis court. It's a big tennis court. You can imagine it's a very big campus. If you see this. This building, the back of this building is basically the incubation center. So our campus is so big, by the way. So with that, thank you so very much for listening to me, and I'm very open to discuss if you have any question or anything. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you very much. It's a very good initiative, and really we need to salute Dr. Ataur Rahman and all the management who take this step.
Thank you.
My question is, how you people generate seed money for the startups? And when they are about to mature, how you ensure that they are financially stable and sustainable?
Yeah, you see, these are the challenges we are facing because there is no way of getting, we are very open when we are getting applications and people ask the startup companies which are coming up and giving their ideas, and they also ask if we can get some seed fund or not. So we are striving for it, but we do not commit for it, and we do not provide them, by the way. We do not even during the signature of the agreement between the startup company and with us, we do not have any clause to provide them seed fund, but we support them because we are giving them a lab, we are giving them office space, so they are more, we give them a kind of ecosystem so that they can earn that seed fund from the venture capitals, for example. Unfortunately, Pakistan with no options, we don't have much options. But at least, for example, if I talk about this, one of the graduated company, Bionics, they have raised some money from Qatar. And they have pitched their ideas there while sitting in our incubation center. So they got some money from there. So this kind of ecosystem will provide them to get themselves sustainable. So this is the, I think, major, in the absence of any mechanism of funding, this is the best great help can be done by incubation center, providing them the platform so that they can be more, trained to win the funds. That's what I'm saying. So last year also, I always face this question, by the way. So last year we were so, I would say fortunate to talk to OIC, but basically IDB, Islamic Development Bank. So they were providing, they are providing, by the way, seed funds to rest of the all Islamic countries, OIC countries, for the purpose of maturing their ideas and using this fund. So we also applied for that, and we got through up to 4 levels to win the fund. But in the last stage, we were not able to win, actually. But we are trying our level best. This way or the other way, we get some funds for them to get there as a seed fund. We are trying, but we are not providing them yet. So anything else?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Saab, thank you for a great presentation. My question is very simple. Do you have any SEZ status or any ring fence status as of yet? If not, if you'll be willing to apply, number one. Number two, how do you manage the inter-academia industry linkages in Karachi? I mean, from what I understand, Karachi still is the economic hub of Pakistan, not just the economic hub, but also I would say the innovation and technology hub of Pakistan. I've been to Karachi several times and I engage with leading stakeholders in Karachi. What is your strategy as far as developing linkages, synergies, and partnerships with leading universities in universities other than your universities, for example, and not just in Sindh, but also, for example, across the Sindh province and across the country, indeed, like, for example, with NUST or other STEM oriented universities, because these days it is much easier to link these innovation ecosystems through data link and through online tools. So do you really have a strategy in place to connect your innovation ecosystem with existing clusters across the country? Number one. Number two, how do you manage the industrial linkages? Thirdly, what about the SEZ or STZ status? Thank you.
Your third question, which you asked first, actually, so that is about STZA and the SEZ, So yes, we have been thinking of it. Particularly, we are thinking for the STZA. But to be honest, we were negotiating with them, so we do not really found so far. Did not find any advantage linked with this STZA status. But it is in pipeline, and the discussion is going on. And I hope if we get some meaningful advantage of having this status, then definitely we will go for it. So it's in pipeline, I would say. So we thought about it. And the second is industry academia linkages. So this is the question of any academic centers and any industry. We try to maintain industry academic linkages. As I mentioned, 2 of the industries are basically having R&D center in our incubation center. That was just because of the personal efforts of our director, otherwise not. So there is no mechanism in this country, I would say, for engaging industry actively in academics because of the many reasons. And academics also has their own problems. And particularly I don't know why we like to work in silos, and we want to work solely alone somehow in academic world particularly. and industries are never, basically it's two-way. If academics are interacting with the industry, then definitely industry will interact with academics also. Somehow it is not linked up yet. But if you do, as you mentioned very rightly, Karachi is still an economic hub as well as innovation hub also, because there are lots of opportunities. There are lots of opportunities. I know many people who actually are doing, they are not maybe formally educated, but they are doing so many things as an entrepreneur, but they even don't know what is entrepreneurship actually. So they need to be educated. They need to bring into these incubation centers so that we can bring their success stories outside their own business model also. So so as I mentioned, in the absence of such mechanism, the personal efforts are the only thing which can help to bridge between academics and the industry. So my answer to your question is basically we try and we got a little bit success just because of these efforts being done by personal efforts, I would say. It's not something a mechanism. So yes, and definitely, and you also asked about how to interact with other academic centers, other universities around the country as well as in province. So as अगर मैं इसकी बात, other than my incubation center, if I would talk about this ICCBS, which is one of the premier center in terms of, because this is very well equipped as well as internationally recognized center. That's why we have many academic linkages mechanism available with us and the rest of the Pakistani, not only Pakistani, but also neighboring countries' universities. For example, one of the best examples sitting right now here, they are linked with us through the university collaboration, with our center. It's not even, I would say, university link. It's basically institute university linkage, so which is being done in past. So yes, we for that matter, for academic linkages, for academic partnership, we have so many connections. I have one slide in my laptop, which where I have a map, which can show you how many linkages we have around the world, not only in Pakistan. And we are actively working with collaborations, for research collaborations, for material transfer exchange, collaboration and other things. So academic linkages, we are very, very good in this manner, I would say. Even NUST University, LUMS University, even Khadim University and other universities around Pakistan, we have many, many good linkages. But again, we have limited resources, we have limited disciplines. We are not general universities, so we always work for chemical and biological kind of work, I would say. So this is how we are linked with around the world. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, dear brothers and sisters. I will speak about the evaluation, assessment, and supervising in this lecture. I want to talk about these topics, as you've seen, how to settle in PTP, Paris Technology Park, annual evaluation process, annual Promote Members Festival, tax exemption evaluation, membership certificate, additional legal benefits or for PTP companies, consultancy to companies and facilitating obstacles, and supervision of the companies. Okay, as you know, we have various companies in the Paris Technology Park that fall into different categories. In terms of establishment, the companies are also different. Some of them are settled in multi-tenant buildings, and others, like startups, are located in incubators in small offices with a size for about 30 meters. The other group is mature companies that can buy land from us and build their research building inside the Paradise Park. As you can see, the resident companies and professional services providers and innovation accelerators are our member. Co-working space, technology incubator, branches, multi-tenant building, and land plots is our facilities to establish the companies. As you can see on this chart, our companies are divided to this sector. We have more about 60 startups and about 200 small and medium enterprises. Big companies is only 5. Business services providing about more than 20, and the general service provider about 30. And about the technology field, biotechnology and medical equipment is about 28%. ICT company is about 24. Other technology such as nanotechnology, oil and gas, and chemistry is about 20. Electronics is about 15, and mechanics and automation is about 30% of our member. And now we have more than 300 tenants inside Paradise Technology Park without branches also. The next slide is about annual evaluation process. In the annual evaluation, companies self-declare their information on the site and attach the requirement documents. So then we verify their information and sometimes check the company in person. The result of these evaluations are announced in annual meeting called the Festival of the Best Companies. Companies are evaluated in several fields, and the best company in each field is introduced and honored every year. Each of these 5 evaluation heading that you see has some indicators also that accurately evaluate the company's performance in each heading. As you can see, evaluation topics is about technology development, innovation, creation, economic development, organizational development, and social responsibility for companies. As I told, annual Paramount's Members Festival that selecting the best companies in the following categories: technology and product development, innovation creation, economic development, organizational development, export, synergy with other companies, collaboration with universities and research centers, and the final is social responsibility. I want to play a short video about this annual festival. The next topic is about the tax exemption evaluation. As I said in the last session, companies can have a tax exemption for 20 years in Paradise Technology Park from the date of establishment in PTP. This issue was evaluated every year, and the amount of tax exemption for each company may be different in each year, because there are two basic indicators in this issue. First is matching the activity with the membership certificate, and second is the amount of activity done inside the park. These are two basic indicators to a level of tax exemption evaluation. And about membership certificate, membership certificate is as the company's identification card for membership in PTP. This certificate is a prerequisite for receiving all park services by companies, and it is renewed annually. If a company doesn't have a valid certificate, it cannot receive any services such as tax exemption and other services in Paradise Technology Park. And so the membership certificate is very important for all of companies. This is the picture of our membership certificate. And this slide shows our consultancy to companies and facilitating obstacles. As you can see, in economic and financial affairs, market development, and in all of these topics, we have some, we provide some consultancy to companies to remove their barriers and obstacles that they face with. And the last slide is about supervision of the companies. There are several tools for monitoring companies throughout the year. One of them is a periodic visit that makes the company's situation clear to us. And the subject that is addressed in these visits is complication diagnosis. We provide a solution for the identified complications, and then we check the implementation measures to what extent they have been able to solve the problems. This is a sample of our report after the visit. For example, this is the report that are prepared after each visit and published in our organization in Paradise Technology Park, so that the relevant units can help to solve the company's problem as we write in this report. As you can see, there are some obstacles and barriers of companies, and then we provide some solutions, and there are some cooperation opportunities that we check and responsible department define, and they help the companies to remove the barriers and obstacles. And these are some photos from periodic visits. Okay, thank you. If there is any question, I answer the question. No question? Okay, I invite Mr. Amin to present the last presentation. Thank you.
Okay, as the last part of this workshop, I want to talk about urban facilities and infrastructure in Paradise Technology Park, what we experienced and what we established inside our technology park. About the general facilities inside the park, we should understand that what do we need in our technology park, what is necessary inside the park to establish. And also we should optimize our need and establish what we exactly need inside the park. And there are some parameters to think about what we need. For example, is there any access to outside of the park? For example, your park is inside the city and there's a hotel near your city. So there is no need to establish a hotel inside your technology park or a guest house. Is it useful for our member? For example, we are attracting when we are selecting many companies in the field of ICT, and it is not good if we establish a laboratory in the field of biotechnology inside our technology park. And another parameter is cost benefit analysis. Is it good to establish this service inside the park, or it is better to use the services outside of the park? And finally, can it add satisfaction inside our technology park or not for our members, I mean? So according to these facts, we established many kind of general facilities inside the park. You can see some photos and films here. For example, this is the photo from our hotel inside the park, and this is the film of the hotel. Also, there's a conference hall in the park for the many ceremonies and also many events as well. We have restaurant. We have a very good restaurant in 2 floors inside the park. One of the main case for increasing the synergy inside the park is cafe, and coffee shop can help people to gather to each other and talk to each other about their projects and their innovation. And we have two coffee shop inside the park. We have very good supermarket also. We need it to many things that people needs inside the park. Clinic is also very important because our park is not inside the city. We need this clinic, and it provides many medical care for the people inside the park as well. We have the very good kindergarten, and many of the women, especially who are working in the high-tech companies, are using the services of kindergarten in the park. One of the main things which most of the people who are working inside the park are need is gym, because they are working from the early morning up to evening, and they need some kind of sport and exercising. and this gym is very useful for them to do exercise and help their fitness as well. And also we have very good sport complex in the park to, for sport competition and also some kind of sport events in the park. We have good swimming pool also as well. We have mosque in the park for praying and also some cultural events as well. One of the other services which is useful, very useful for the people inside the park is bank services and also exchange offices. We have good offices. We have 3 banks branch inside the park and also 1 exchange which can help the companies to work. We have car wash also, and we have bakery and barber shop also inside the park. All of the services you saw in this slide are the services which we understand that we can, if we establish inside the park, they will be useful for the companies and also personnel of the companies in the park. But we should think that if we need many other services inside the park, we can add it. For example, now many of the companies are saying us that if there were a kind of school inside the park, it would be useful for our children. And now we are thinking about that. This is one of the cases which we are thinking about. But as I mentioned at the first slide, it is very important to think very good about the services which we need inside the park before we establish it. All of the services, all of these kind of services should be cost benefit, because never the staff of the park and administration office of the park manage them. The park only establish them and convert them to the private sector to manage them as well. About the infrastructure of the park also, we should think very carefully what we need inside the park to have. For example, in the field of energy, do we need any power plant in the park, or only 1 power station is enough? We should think about it and also have negotiation with some of the related organization about this fact. How amount of the electricity power we need inside the park? Is it enough for our park, or it is over-designed as well? This is the fact which we should think about, and also we should think about investors in this field who can invest in this field inside our technology park. And how can we think about green energies? Can we think about, for example, sun energy or earth heat energy or something like this as well, or wind energy, for example? In the field of fuel, do we need any kind of reservation or something like this? What's about our pipeline inside the park for the field of energy as well? About the water, what we should provide for the water which we need inside the park, and also how we can estimate how much amount of the water we need inside our technology park. It is very important. About the sewage also, is there any water treatment pilot near our technology park, or we should establish it inside our technology park, or is there any sewage system near our technology park? We can use it. And about telecommunication, access to fiber optic is very important, and access to data center. Do we need any data center inside the park or not? It is important to know. These photos are show that in Paris Technology Park, we established the underground tunnel. This photo is for 2020. In all of the streets in the park, we have this kind of tunnel. It is the finished tunnel, and all of the infrastructure are inside the underground tunnel. So there is no phenomena in the on the earth. I mean, cables, pipeline, and something like this. And this is me. 18 years ago, I'm jumping from tunnel to the earth. We are this infrastructure tunnel. We had very good access to our infrastructure. There is no problem for maintenance of infrastructure. There is no problem to upgrade infrastructure as well. And this tunnel was really useful for us, and we are developing it to our next phase of expansion of our technology park. More than infrastructure, these kind of infrastructure, we should think and plan about our roads and ways inside the park. It is depend on the amount of the cars which will go inside of our site or going out, and also we should calculate how many cars are going inside the site, and it can determine the width of our ways and how many parking we need there as well. Also, we should think about the green area inside the park. I know in Islamabad everywhere is green, but in Iran the situation is different. But we have a very good plan inside our technology park about the kind of the trees and also flowers we are going to have inside our technology park. Finally, we are going to provide a very enjoyable place for people, for experts to work in. So we should think about some kind of event, some kind of gathering for them to have this feel better than before. For example, we have tea times. In tea times, as you can see in these photos, we have the gathering of CEOs of the member companies, and they have very good opportunity to talk to each other, to have synergy, to define new project, to understand what their colleague is doing there, and something like this. And this is very good opportunity for them and very good incentive for all of the CEOs of the companies inside the park. Another case is sport competition. All of the people who are working in the park need this kind of competition to make familiar to each other, to have very good competition and have very good incentive to work to each other. You can see some of the photos of sport competition inside the park. And finally, we have an event for the people with their family. In the holidays, they can come to the park and enjoy the environment, enjoy the facilities inside the park to have a good day with their family as well. And all of the cases which I mentioned about general facilities and general activities inside the park is because of that people who are working inside the park think they are working in a big family. And the member of this family are the people who are working near them inside the park in various companies, and they enjoy the environment which are working inside, and they enjoy the activities they are doing in the field of R&D. And finally, we can get better results from the companies inside the park. And we believe that this big family can have very good activities better than before, and they can have really good achievements in near future, as so far they have more than 1,500 new products in the field of high technology. Thank you very much for your attention of these cases, and I and Mohsen are ready for all of your question and comment. Thank you. You have question? Okay. Please come.
Thank you so much for such a nice overview about the facility you guys have in your technology park. So as I remember, you mentioned about 22 parks are there in overall Iran, right?
49.
In all Iran, you 49. Have many other parks, right?
49.
49, yeah.
Yes.
So all these 49 have similar facilities?
No. As I mentioned, Paradise is the pioneer technopark in Iran. Most of the technopark in Iran was starting from technology incubator.
Okay.
And after a while, some of them convert to technology park. We have few number of technology park in Iran which have good services for their companies, like as Isfahan, Yazd, and Mashhad, and into some cases Tabriz. But others yet are big incubators. I think in near future they are going to convert to technopark.
Okay.
But it's depending on their activity and the certificate of the Ministry of Science and Technology today.
Okay. So in this case, if you have such facilities, so there may be lots of competition, right? Like getting into and getting enrolled to such park, getting entry to become a startup of this. So how do you manage such competition?
This is the case which Mohsen talked about. We have very tough parameters for assessing companies to coming inside the park. For example, we have very good, I can say, referees to judge about the situation of the technology and technological activities of the companies who are going to come inside the park. And also we have annual assessment of the companies. And in many cases, if the company don't have good progress during last year, we will provide some kind of penalties for them. So this is the case. Only companies who are eager to work in the field of R&D and have good plan for developing technologies coming into the park. But it is the case that we have also companies who are coming to be only in this area, and we should understand and don't accept that.
All right. And these all facilities are free of cost to the staff?
No.
Inside or what?
I mentioned in last presentation that we get annual charge from the members of the park, and via this annual charge, we get the we provide these facilities for the companies. But part of these facilities is also not free, and they should pay for them in many cases. But for example, the Merry Day is totally free. The sport competition mainly is free. This is the fact about this kind of services.
And you mentioned about the Yalda Day also. So it's also free for all?
Yes. Yes.
That's good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation that I have ever seen in our system, I would say. I have been in Iran a couple of years back. So it's excellent opportunity over there to visit around. That is open for visitors, I mean for local and also international.
Which one you mean?
The park.
Yes, yes. Everybody who want to visit the park, it is open and free. But for the people from other countries, we should have some kind of coordination beforehand. But there is no limitation. You can send me, for example, an email.
Okay.
And we'll coordinate it, for example, 48 hours before. Okay. And after that, we will confirm it, and you can come and visit the park.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other question? Or one? I think it's the final question. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate the whole session which you have conducted very nicely. I just want to comment that particularly with some comments of that it's some of the perceptions maybe around the world, maybe that the Iranian economy or the Iranian technology is not par with the world, and due to the sanctions and due to some of the limitations, they are lacking behind. Some of the people here might be giving example of China and some of the other countries, but I must say that especially in the Muslim world, the Iran has come up with a great and emerging technology. So I must appreciate that, and I would commend that in some of the sectors, there's a strong area where we can collaborate with Iranian people and Iranian entities. So thank you once again for your kind presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I want to add some point. You know, sanction really is not a good thing. Everybody knows this. But for our country, from one aspect, it was really good. Before sanction, we import many of the product, especially high-tech product from other countries. And after sanction, they didn't sell them to us. And we had to start R&D activities to develop these products for ourselves. And now in many fields of that kind of sanction, we are the producer. And in some of them now we are exporting to other countries. This was the positive point of sanction for our country. This is the point which you mentioned. And in some cases, in some fields of technology now are exporter of very good products. I don't say that we are producer of all high-tech products, but in many fields really we do the same. Okay, thank you. Oh, there's more? Yes.
Thank you, sir, for all of the session that conducted very nicely. I just want a general comment, like for example, as we have a little bit as a nation, we don't have that entrepreneurial mentality. And there is also with that mentality, you need to have some legislative progression and legislative infrastructure as well within the country. So do you think which one is most important to go technologically and to develop your own ecosystem, whether it was the legislative process or it was the entrepreneur mindset that drive you people to bring it to that stage now?
I cannot have a certain answer because, you know, in an ecosystem, everything is natural. No artificial thing is in an ecosystem. For example, in a jungle, you can see the planets grows. They need sun, they need rain. Nobody, I can say, irrigates the plants. Nobody provides something for them. In the innovation ecosystem, we use all of them. They should be together. For example, the mentality of the politicians, the mentality of entrepreneurs, also the legislation, and also rules and regulation is very important. And all of them should be together to shape the ecosystem. And after that, the ecosystem will continue its act. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amin Raza, for an excellent presentation. That marks the end of our technical sessions. Moving on to the concluding ceremony, I would like to request Coordinator General, Professor Dr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhry, for his closing remarks.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum, brothers, please have a seat. We have guests from Turkey, and they represent a very premier organization of OIC system, comstech, which is another standing committee. So I'd like to welcome you all. And this is the concluding session of a very important workshop on training workshop on how to manage science parks. And the only thing which I need to do right now at this stage is to just thank all of you, the wonderful people, for your commitment and perseverance to stay until the last minute. And I'm sure that you have benefited from the presence of a very distinguished panel of speakers from a premier science park of the Muslim world, which is Pradesh Technology Park. We have seen various aspects of this extremely complex and very interconnected aspect of managing science park. It's not, as we have discussed, these are not piece of landscaped areas or partially built buildings, but these are lively, vibrant, ever expanding, self-learning experiences. And PTP, Pradesh Technology Park, certainly an excellent example. Since last 2.5 decades, they have really moved from an idea to an excellent institution of excellence. So what I wanted to say that this is extremely important for us to understand that every technology park, whether university-based or public sector or private sector, is a very different entity. It has its own challenges, it has its own opportunities, it has its own ambience and problems and issues. And therefore, one needs to be very smart to tackle them. But there is a generic set of skills which you need to develop for managing successful science parks to make them success stories. For that, we have been in serious discussion of developing a permanent institutional infrastructure. And let me tell you that with Mr. Amin Raza, last night we had a very interesting discussion of establishing an academy of training or academy of capacity building in science and technology park, which eventually would become a permanent house for capacity building and for exchanges and for different kinds of activities which finally support innovation ecosystem in the Muslim world. You see, there are very good, very successful examples of science parks. In Turkey has several of them. Iran has many, then we have Egypt, then we have Indonesia, Malaysia. Pakistan has many science parks also. Some of them are very successful. And in Middle East, there are many science parks that are emerging. But the fact is that overwhelming majority of the Muslim countries are lagging behind. And that is where our challenge is. And there we all need to work together with them. So it's not only a mutually learning experience, but also hand-holding. Hand-holding for them were our responsibility. After all, we all claim to be part of a Muslim Ummah, and if we are not able to do anything, what is the worth of us? So eventually, if we can make some difference in their life, if we can help them in some way, that is where the spirit of Islam lies. And with that, I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank my wonderful team who not only successfully planned this event, Haris, Hasib, team of PTP, ICCBS, but also successfully executed the overall planning. And to all of you for your presence here, I hope that you would continue to patronize Comstech. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir. This marks the end of the concluding ceremony. I would request Coordinator General to present certificates to our resource persons. We can move now. We'll just give it 10 seconds for the transition.
This is the current situation of Muslim Ummah. Okay, so this is description of very rare plant, rare species of all. This is a good amount that rare plant and it is so.
Mr. Madden. And Dr. Riaz. Thank you very much. To all the people staying in Comstech Guest House, your certificates have already been given to the reception. The rest can collect them from me. I would invite you all for tea now in the lobby, please.